Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Noon, Osceola County, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Madam Assistant Public Defender, may I have your name, please?
Janelle Clark.
Thanks, Ms. Clark. And representing the state?
Peter Donnelly for the state.
Thanks, Mr. Donnelly. And how about pretrial release?
Patricia Jenkins, pretrial release.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. All right, everyone is here for initial appearances. My name is Keith Carson. I'm one of the circuit judges. I'm going to be covering, as I said, for Judge Nix Walker this afternoon. This is a determination at initial appearance as to whether there's probable cause for your arrest that's already happened. So I'll take a look at the paperwork. I have to make assumptions that everything in the paperwork is true in making a probable cause determination. I understand that many of you may disagree with what's in your charging affidavit. I completely get that. Today's not the day to have that discussion about any factual discrepancies or any defenses in your case. That'll be a discussion between you and your attorney if one is appointed and your trial judge, which is unlikely to be me. After I make the probable cause determination, I'm going to take a look and see whether you qualify for the services of a court-appointed attorney through the Office of the Public Defender. And after we have that discussion, I'll discuss any conditions of bond that will get you back to your lives, if acceptable to the state and defense and appropriate while the case is pending. I've got a Spanish interpreter case I'm going to start off with. Do we have an interpreter present?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, just 1 second, please. Let me connect to the headphones. And this is courtroom.
This is courtroom 5 Alpha in Osceola County. This is Judge Karsten.
Okay, 1 second, please.
And we are going to be doing interpreting over the intercom system. We are doing initial appearances through the jail feed.
Oh, okay, so there is no need to connect to the headphones?
Correct.
Okay, okay, Your Honor.
All right. Have you been sworn yet today?
Not today, no, sir.
All right. Thank you. Let's swear in our interpreter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your abilities to help you God?
I do. Claudia Villalba, court interpreter.
Thank you. First case that I have is Brian LeBron.
Your Honor, he's approaching.
Thank you.
He does not need an interpreter, Your Honor.
Okay. I had him on the interpreter list.
No interpreter, right, sir?
Why don't you have him have a seat for just a sec? How about Karen Jimenez Rojas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does Ms. Jimenez Rojas need an interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. Madam Interpreter, this will be case number 2022 MM886, Karen Jimenez Rojas.
Got it, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Ms. Jimenez.
Buenas tardes, señora Jiménez. Good afternoon.
Ms. Jimenez, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery domestic violence related.
Señora Jiménez, a usted la arrestaron con relación a una alegación de un acto de agresión por violencia intrafamiliar. Ok,
Give me just a minute.
un segundito.
I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for your initial arrest.
He leído el affidavit acusatorio y hallo de que existe una causa fundada o motivo fundado para el
Your Honor, if
arresto.
I may, the interpreter is really low.
Yeah, I don't have any ability to turn up the interpreter from here. I've got her as loud as she'll go.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
Yes. One second, Your Honor. Let me close my door so I can speak up a little louder.
Thank you very
One
much.
second, please. Thank you. Is this better?
Miss Jimenez, can you hear the interpreter a little better?
Señora Jiménez, ¿ahora le puede oír a la intérprete un poco mejor? Yes, better.
Thank you.
Yes. Gracias.
I found probable cause for your initial arrest. I am going to set a bond in this case in the amount of $500 plus pretrial release conditions.
Hallo de que hay una causa o motivo fundado para el arresto inicial. Le voy a fijar la fianza en la suma de $500 y además se le van a imponer condiciones para que se le deje en el programa de libertad previa al juicio.
I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Le voy a nombrar la oficina de los defensores públicos para que ellos representen sus intereses.
You're going to have no contact with the alleged victim, Mr. Mueller.
No deberá tener contacto con la presunta víctima en este caso, el señor Mueller.
You will not return to the location where this is alleged to have occurred.
No podrá regresar al lugar donde se alega de que esto sucedió.
Ms. Clark, would you like to inquire whether she needs to return one time for some personal belongings?
Señora abogada, ¿quisiera usted indagar si ella necesita acaso volver al lugar, aunque sea solamente una vez, para recoger sus bienes personales?
Yes, Your Honor, she would.
Sí, su señoría, ella quisiera hacerlo.
The court will approve that she return one time to get some personal belongings while this case is pending.
El juez aprueba que regrese al lugar donde esto presuntamente ocurrió una vez para que usted pueda ir a recoger sus bienes personales,
Mr. Dowling?
mientras este caso esté pendiente.
Judge, the victim in this case is also in on a case, so we'd ask that they maintain separate residence, but I don't think that a no return order is necessary, as I assume one of them will be living at that residence.
Su señoría, la presunta víctima en este caso también tiene un caso aparte.
Mr. Michael
y
Mueller for a
entonces
battery as well.
también por un caso de agresión doméstica, así que no creemos de que vaya a haber ningún
The
problema.
interpreter's low again, we can't hear.
Okay. Madam Interpreter, we're having a difficult time hearing you.
Yes, Your Honor. The interpreter couldn't hear completely who was speaking about the alleged victim in the case, having another domestic violence case as well, and the interpreter couldn't hear the last part about returning to the residence or not.
Mr. Donnelly, if you'll repeat your statement, please.
Peter Donnelly for the state. I'm requesting that Your Honor set a maintain separate residence order, but not include no return.
Sí, le voy a pedir a su señoría de que por favor fije una orden que diga de que las partes, cada uno tiene que tener su domicilio aparte uno del otro, pero con la orden de que prohíbe que vayan a regresar al lugar.
It seems, Ms. Jimenez, that both you and Mr. Mueller were arrested based on this incident.
Señora Jiménez, parece que tanto usted como el señor Mueller, los dos fueron arrestados a raíz de este incidente.
The court is going to delete the no return to the property condition.
Entonces el juez va a eliminar la condición que le prohíbe regresar al lugar en cuanto a ir a buscar bienes personales.
I will amend that to that you are to maintain separate residences with Mr. Mueller.
Y entonces lo voy a modificar de manera que diga de que usted tendrá que tener un domicilio aparte de aquel del señor Mueller.
If you lived together, you and Mr. Mueller can figure out who's going to return to the home through pretrial release.
Y si usted y el señor Mueller estaban viviendo juntos, entonces van a tener que determinar por medio del programa de libertad previa al juicio quién va a regresar al domicilio que compartían.
Ms. Jenkins, any
She
additional?
does not qualify for pretrial immigration status.
Are we maintaining the one-time return?
Madam Counselor, would you kindly repeat the last thing you said regarding pretrial?
All right. Ms. Jenkins is indicating that she doesn't qualify for pretrial release based on immigration status.
La señora Jenkins ha dicho de que usted no reúne los requisitos necesarios para que se le deje en el programa de libertad previa al juicio a raíz de su estado migratorio.
Court's going to delete pretrial release, but you will have the rest of the conditions as a condition of your bond.
Así que el juez va a eliminar la condición de que se le deje a usted en libertad bajo la supervisión del programa de libertad previa al juicio, pero todas las otras condiciones con respecto a la fianza van a permanecer en vigencia.
If Mr. Mueller returns to the property, you won't be able to be there except the one time to get your personal belongings.
Y si el señor Mueller regresa a la propiedad, a usted no se le permitirá estar allí más que una sola vez que usted va a poder ir para buscar sus bienes personales.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm not able to communicate with her in Spanish, but, so I want to make it clear while we're standing here at the podium, she still has a $500 bond. She just
Correct.
doesn't have the pretrial release, correct?
That is correct.
Su señoría, yo no me puedo comunicar con ella en español, pero quería asegurarme de que ella entiende, mientras todavía estamos aquí en el podio, de que ella de todas maneras tiene una fianza de $500, pero no se le va a poner bajo la supervisión del programa de libertad previa al juicio.
Thank you.
Gracias.
¿Qué quiere decir eso?
What does that mean?
What it means is that you can't have contact with Mr. Mueller.
Okay, I understand.
Lo que eso
And,
significa es que no puede tener contacto con el señor Mueller. Okay, I understand. Y
and if you live together, you guys aren't going to be able to live together while this case is pending.
si ustedes estaban viviendo juntos, no van a poder vivir juntos otra vez mientras este caso esté pendiente.
And you have a $500 bond that you will need to post prior to your release.
Y antes de que a usted la dejen en libertad, tendrá que depositar la fianza suya, que es de $500.
Understand?
Okay, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, can you ask if there's any other folks that need the assistance of our interpreter?
We have one, he has a private attorney, his name is Gabriel Gutierrez. I don't know if you have any private attorneys there present.
Don't. State of Florida versus Gabriel Gutierrez, 2020 CF 3220.
Gabriel Gutiérrez, número de causa 2020 CF 3220.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutierrez.
Buenas tardes, señor Gutiérrez.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
You were arrested based on an allegation that you violated probation in 2020 CF 3220.
A usted lo arrestaron porque existe una alegación de que usted incumplió con su probatoria bajo el caso 2020 CF 3220.
Based on information from your probation officer, Judge Nix Walker issued a warrant with no bond.
Y en base a la información proporcionada por su oficial de probatoria, la juez Nix Walker emitió una orden de arresto en contra suya sin fianza.
You'll remain on no bond until you can see her.
Así que usted va a permanecer así, sin fianza, hasta que pueda verla.
I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you on this case.
Le nombraremos la oficina del defensor público para que lo representen en este caso.
If you have a private counsel that has entered a notice to appear, is that correct?
Usted tiene un abogado particular que presentó una notificación de comparecencia, ¿verdad?
Yo tengo jueza, sí, abogada, sí.
I have a judge. I have an attorney, yes.
I understand. I'll withdraw the appointment of the Office of the Public Defender.
Entiendo, entonces retiro la asignación del defensor público.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Madam Interpreter, thank you very much for your assistance this afternoon.
You're very welcome, Your Honor, and I apologize for the audio issues.
No worries. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
State of Florida versus Brian LeBron, 2022 CF 1119.
It's approaching, Your Honor. They have to get him out of the cage.
I got you.
We'd like to waive the reading of the charges, and from what we understand, he also has a private attorney. Is there anyone present in the courtroom? Mr.
Negative.
Howard Johnson?
Negative.
No? Okay.
Ms. Clark, we're not showing a notice of appearance, so I'm probably going to provisionally appoint you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Mr. LeBron, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. LeBron, you are here with us based on a warrant in 2022 CF 1119 that was signed by Judge Alvaro, has 4 counts on it. Your attorney, I'm going to provisionally appoint Ms. Clark and the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I understand you're contemplating hiring private counsel, and we don't have their paperwork yet, so I want you to have a voice while you're in there. Judge Alvaro has issued no bond as to count 1, bond in the amount of $2,500 as to count 2, bond in the amount of $1,000 as to count 3, and bond in the amount of $100 as to count 4. State, I also note that he was out on bond for another felony case in 2022 CF 936. Was that regarding the same set of circumstances as the warrant?
I believe so, Judge. I do know that 2 cases even.
Your Honor, I do want to say that when the warrant was issued, I did turn myself in.
I'm not going to be your trial judge, I suspect, but that may come into their consideration if you make a request for bond in the future.
It was the same incident, Judge.
Okay. You were also out on bond on another case. I'm not going to take any action on that case as these arise from the same set of circumstances. I've appointed Ms. Clark and her office to represent you. If there are some considerations for bond, her office will know how to get you in front of the trial judge and make that request with after they've noticed the state. All that make sense? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. State of Florida versus Amy Danielson, 2021 CF 1020. Good afternoon, Ms. Danielson. Ms. Danielson, there was a warrant issued for your arrest that was from Judge Young, was apparently for a alleged failure to appear in that case. You're going to remain on no bond until you can see Judge Young or be considered for bond. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender if they weren't initially on your case.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Kunisha Davis. Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, there was a warrant issued by the late Judge Morgan back in May of 2018. The allegations were for violating probation in 2015 CF 2579. I'll read you what's on the affidavit of your probation officer. It says that you failed to report back in 2018, got behind on your cost of supervision, left the residence without consent, absconded from probation, they couldn't find you, and failed to pay some court costs. Based on those allegations, Judge Morgan issued a warrant for your arrest. Interestingly, the initial warrant doesn't have any bond amount. Your bond's going to be set in the amount of none based on the absconding allegation until you can get in front of Judge Young or one of his colleagues for consideration for bond, and I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you, hold on just a sec. Come on back. Did your family hire an attorney for you, Miss 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 Davis? Mr. Barker's representing you?
I hired him.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw the Office of the Public Defender. Sounds like you already have an attorney on board. Mr. Barker will be noticed of the hearing today and any subsequent hearings.
Thank you.
Thanks. State of Florida versus Gabriel Gutierrez.
We already called him, Your Honor. He's
Thanks.
spoke Spanish.
Sorry.
Okay.
Did he have another case? Had a VOP?
And for your information, Your Honor, Yamil Ortiz Galera, I know you're calling some of the warrants and VOPs. He refused.
Okay. You only had that one? You called it? All right, thanks. State of Florida versus Juanita Smith. 2021 CT 2649.
She's approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Ms. Smith, you were arrested based on a warrant signed by Judge Yansevich. It alleged that you failed to appear for arraignment on a traffic charge. Case was 21 CT 2649. Judge Yansevich issued a bond for you in the amount of $2,000. You're going to remain on that bond until you can get in front of her if you decide not to post bond. And I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interest.
You have a bond for $2,000.
Like, they gonna keep it that high?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Judge Yansevich was in the best possible position to set the bond amount because she had the most information. I don't have any information about the failure to appear. Yeah, Ms. Clark can explain to you how the surety bond issue works.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State of Florida versus John Biggs, 2022 CF 1141. Good afternoon, Mr. Biggs.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Biggs, you were arrested based on shooting or throwing looks like a missile, rocks into a building. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your arrest. Court's going to set bond in your case in the amount of $1,000. You're not to return to the scene where this occurred, which is the Dakin Avenue address. The court is not going to approve pretrial release in your case. Thanks.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it. I guess I ought to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Tabitha Killen, 2022 CF 1142. Good afternoon, Ms. Killen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ms. Killen, you were arrested based on an allegation of child abuse without great bodily harm. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your initial arrest. Court is going to set a bond in your case. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000 with the special conditions that you have no contact with the child until this gets sorted out. You can make a petition to your trial judge later once we have some more information about considering some form of contact, but at this point it's going to be no contact, and you're not going to be able to return to the home. That's
Your Honor, she was notifying me that her teenage child is no longer lives at the house. She's been removed, so she was wondering if she could return to the residence.
I'm going to amend that to your not to reside with the child and maintain separate residences if the child is not home. But if she is there, you won't be able to return there. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. State of Florida versus Stephen Lassens. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested in the case number is 2022 CF 1143. The allegation is battery, domestic violence related, and domestic battery by strangulation. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests, and we have a witness here that is welcome to give their input regarding any conditions of bond. Good afternoon. Hold on just a sec. Let us swear you in, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Michelle Lascens.
Thank you, Ms. Lascens. All right, as you've heard, I am going to be considering conditions of bond regarding whether it's appropriate for Mr. Lascens to have contact with you and whether it's appropriate to have him return to the family home. I'm going to ask you some questions, and then you're welcome to let me know your thoughts on that. First question I have for you is, do you have a cell phone? Are you able to contact law enforcement if there are any issues of future domestic violence? Thank you. All right. Has there been any issues of domestic violence in the past?
No.
Any children at home?
Yes, we have 3 kids.
3 kids? All right, thanks. Their ages, please?
10, 8, and 3.
10, 8, and 3. Thank you. Do you guys live together?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to speak with pretrial release. It indicates that you would like to have contact with Mr. Lascens, and you would like the Mr. Lascens to return to the family home. Is that correct?
I would like the case dismissed if possible. They told me I could speak to you about it.
All right. I'm the trial judge, or I'm not the trial judge on this case, but I am a judge. I have no ability to dismiss the state's case against Mr. Lascens. That's a decision that the state attorney's office will make. There's a procedure that you can follow, and the first step of that procedure usually is to go over to their office and
I spoke to them today.
get a form. So you've been informed as to that issue. Are you in any fear of future, or any fear of Mr. Lascens if he returns to the family home? Any fear for the children regarding any acts of violence?
No.
All right, thank you. The state has an opportunity to ask you some questions as well. Mr. Donnelly?
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, any questions of Ms. Lascens?
Your Honor, we couldn't hear that well in here, but I just wanted to ask her if she'd be comfortable with a no hostile contact order.
I don't want any of that.
She's requesting contact and requesting the charges be dismissed. I've
Okay.
indicated to her I have no ability to grant that request today. Mr. Donnelly, is there any appreciable criminal history regarding Mr. Lascens?
Judge, there's no history that the state could find. I do believe that they recently moved here. PTR, do we have any history that we know of?
2018 on possession of cannabis and 2019 simple assault.
Thank you, Officer Jenkins. All right, here's what the court's going to do. Ms. Lascens, you're in the best possible position to gauge whether you feel that you're in fear of Mr. Lascens or not. You've indicated through your sworn testimony that you are not and wish to have Mr. Lascens return home. Court is going to allow no hostile contact between you two. Mr. Lascens, that means exactly what it sounds like. No verbal arguments, no getting in each other's faces, no putting your hands on Ms. Lascens without her permission. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Court will also allow Mr. Lascens to return to the family home while this gets sorted out. Mr. Lascens, you will be noticed when and if the state decides to file any formal charges against you. You will be most likely noticed by mail at the address, so make sure that there's a valid address to the clerk's office. All right, the court is going to grant a bond in this case. Bond in count 1 is going to be set in the amount of $500. Bond in count 2 is going to be set in the amount of $500 with the pretrial release conditions as previously announced. All right, Ms. Lascens, Mr. Lascens is bondable with those conditions, and the decision as to whether formal charges are filed or not is up to the state.
Is there any way that we can do this without bond? He's literally the only person that makes money. I have nothing. He makes money. With him in there, I have nothing.
Understand?
He's never been arrested. We've never been through this. He's a good father. Like, it was just a misunderstanding.
I understand. That is the lowest bond amount that I'm willing to consider with the pretrial release conditions. So that will be the bond, and you can discuss that issue with some bondsmen that may be able to work with you.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stephen LaSantis, does he qualify to be released on his own recognizance?
He does not.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. That's pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041, subsection 3, subsection A. Based on the amount of charges, I can't ROR them, so that's the best I can do, Ms. LaSense. Thanks. And I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender if not previously appointed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Alexander Mabry, 2022 MM 887.
Your Honor, I had a PC argument for this one.
All right, thanks. Mr. Mabry, you were arrested in 2022 MM 887. The allegation is that you failed to leave a property, that would be the Sonny's on 13th Street in St. Cloud, after previously being trespassed. Ms. Clark, whenever you're ready.
I just wanted to make the argument that I did not see the previous trespass warning within the arrest affidavit. I didn't see the number or the date or any other information. So within these four corners, it doesn't appear that he had previously trespassed.
Thanks. Mr. Donnelly, state's response.
Judge, it does state that the officer checked the records in reference to that address and that it revealed the defendant had previously been trespassed from that location.
Yeah, the written trespass warning isn't attached to the charging affidavit, but the officer has sworn that there was a previous trespass from that location. I was likely to release him direct pretrial release with the only condition that he not return to the Sonny's.
Your Honor,
Okay.
Yes?
the paper that you got afterwards,
Hold on just a sec.
my supervisor, she stated that he does not qualify for direct PTR because of immigration status. Because it takes time for the paperwork to come through.
All right. It doesn't appear that Mr. Mabry qualifies for direct pretrial release. Court will set a bond in the amount of $100 with the special condition that he not return to the Sonny's.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent his interest. Michael Mueller, 2022 MM 889.
One second, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mueller. All right, I think you're the second half of the equation. We've had a discussion already with your significant other. I have taken a look at the charging affidavit in 2022 MM 889. Do you find probable cause for your initial arrest? The court is going to grant a bond in this case in the amount of $500 plus the following pretrial release conditions. You're to have no contact with Karen, and you are not to return to the family home except one time to get some personal belongings. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Ms. Clark, do you want to have a discussion with Mr. Mueller as to whether he has personal belongings at that location?
Yes.
Thanks.
Your Honor, against the advice of counsel, he'd like to speak to you.
All right, Mr. Mueller, like I said, if you want to argue about what the allegations are in the case, it's not a real great time to talk about that, but I'm not going to shut you down. I'll hear you out. What do you want me to know?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just like to state that, I've never had any incidents of, any criminal, anything before.
Understood.
I'm an honorable discharge veteran. I'm a licensed insurance professional with USAA.
Yes, sir.
And I work remotely, so I was hoping if maybe for the collection of belongings, if Miss Karen Rojas, she could get her belongings, but for me to be permitted to stay at the residence due to my work, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know a thing about you guys, and I'm not going to make a decision as to who gets the residence or not. I have no idea, how you guys live your life or how that's split up. So I will amend your conditions to, you are to maintain separate residences. Pretrial release will have that conversation with you, and if they can figure it out amongst yourselves, then you can return. If she decides to be there, then you can't. And I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement. Remember, today's just a probable cause determination. I don't know whether the state will file charges on this case or not. But I want you to be able to get your stuff, and I want you to have some voice while you're in there. You do have a bond now, and pretrial release will be out to talk to you about those conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
There's no way the bond can be, like without bond for this?
Based on the charge, I have to establish a monetary bond plus pretrial, and if I'm going to do pretrial release conditions, it needs that monetary bond, so.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Ortiz Galarza.
He refused, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, he's got a no bond, so you want to waive, or do you want me to recall him tomorrow?
Could we try to recall him tomorrow?
Yep. We'll recall his cases tomorrow. State of Florida versus Hernorine Ramdale, 2022 MM 890. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery domestic violence related in 2022 MM 890. I have taken a look at the affidavit. I find probable cause. The court's going to set a bond in your case. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000 plus pretrial release conditions. Special condition of your pretrial release is that you are not to have any contact with Ms. Ravendra, or whoever that, Narain Navendra. Sorry, I'm probably butchering that. You're not to return to the location where this occurred at the Elbridge Drive address. I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement to get some personal belongings. Let me back up. I'm going to appoint Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, do you want to inquire as to whether he and the alleged victim cohabitate? I know. Ms. Clark, do you want to ask, I've appointed you on this case, do you want to ask whether he and the alleged victim cohabitate?
One second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, no, him and the victim do not maintain the same residence.
Okay.
Separately.
Right. Okay. How about the Elbridge Drive address? Is that Mr. Ramdale's address? You want to have that conversation with him? I got you.
It's a family member's home, but it's not his home.
Okay. All right. We're going to have no contact to that location. I'm going to delete pretrial release. He apparently doesn't qualify, so it'll be a straight $1,000 bond with a condition of bond that he have no contact and not return. Maintain separate residences, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank you,
Good.
Your Honor.
Thanks. State of Florida versus George Redden. Good afternoon, Mr. Redden.
Good afternoon.
All right. Mr. Redden, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery domestic violence related. I've taken a look at the charging affidavit. Do find probable cause for the initial arrest. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000 plus pretrial release conditions. Pretrial release conditions will be that you are to have no contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the location. And that's going to be... Was this a hotel? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests. Ms. Clark, you want to inquire? Looks like a West Earl of Bronson address. I'm not sure whether he's still there or not.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks. Is it transient? Oh, Sun Inn, got it.
No, Your Honor, that's not his residence.
Okay, this happened at the Sun Inn, so he can't go back to the Sun Inn. If he's got any personal belongings, he can go back there one time with law enforcement to get anything that's there. No contact, no return. PD's appointed. Thanks.
Your Honor, he'd like to know if the bond could be lowered some. If it's possible. He said he'd be able to pay it. It won't be till the end of the month unless it could be lowered. He lives in Pennsylvania.
Understood. State, do we have any criminal history for Mr. Redden?
Judge, there was none local that the state saw. I don't know if PTR has the out-of-state history. I don't have access to that.
Officer Jenkins? $500 plus pretrial release conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. State of Florida versus Michael Rogers, 2022, MM 892.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rogers.
How you doing?
Well, Mr. Rogers, you were arrested based on an allegation of trespass. I've taken a look at the charging affidavit. There is probable cause for your initial, I'm not going to have a discussion with you. Let me get through what I need to get through, and then, Mr. Rogers, you can address the court. Based on the information in the charging affidavit, there's probable cause for your arrest that's already happened. Does Mr. Rogers qualify for pretrial release as to this case?
No, sir, he out on PTR.
Okay, thanks. You're already out on pretrial release for another case. That's 2022 MM 858. As to this case, bond will be set in the amount of $500. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender on this case. State, do we know if this is alleged out of the same location that he's out on bond from?
It's not.
Okay.
I don't believe so, Judge. It's Walmart in the other case.
All right, thanks. Mr. Rogers, hold on just a sec. I've appointed Ms. Clark to represent you, and you're welcome to run over whatever you want to talk to me about through Ms. Clark, or you can just shout it out there, but it's going to be...
So I don't know how they could trespass me and arrest me.
All right, let's see. The Deputy Sheriff Altman indicated he did a teletype inquiry which confirmed that you were trespassed from the address at 2450 North Narcoossee Road in St. Cloud, Florida. So they checked. They think that you were trespassed from that location. I'm not going to take any action on your other trespass case. I understand that you're trying to find a place to be. You're not going to be able to go back to this place or the other place while these cases are pending. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. So you're bondable, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Trelawney Tisdale, 2022, CF 1147. Thank you.
Your Honor, I had a PC argument for this one.
In just a moment. All right, thank you. Mr. Tisdale, oh, sorry. Ms. Tisdale. You were arrested based on an allegation of battery, domestic violence-related, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without the intent to kill. I have read the charging affidavit. Ms. Clark, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the first charge of battery, touch, and strike, it appears that Denise, the other individual in this, appears to be the aggressor, and she was defending herself. According to Denise herself and her, she was the aggressor. As far as the second charge of the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the statute reads that it's an intentional unlawful threat by word or act, and in this case, the gun in question fell out of the glove compartment. The magazine was not even in the gun. It appears as if the other person asked her to throw it out the window. When she did not do that, she refused to do that. She was being a responsible gun owner. When she saw that there was an argument between her and her girlfriend that was escalating, she took that said gun to a neighbor's house so that it wouldn't be involved in the argument, that neither one of them would have access to it. But at no point did she pull out the gun and point it at her. If she did point it at her, it may have been because she was picking it up off the floor. But I didn't read in the affidavit that she pointed it at her and made any threats towards her.
All right, based on a determination of probable cause, pointing a firearm at somebody, I guess, could be considered by a trier of fact as an act that puts someone, an ordinary person, in fear. It does note that Denise stated verbally that Trelawney pointed the firearm to Denise during the altercation. I think there's probable cause for both of the allegations. I will consider that in making a bond determination. I believe that we have some testimony that is forthcoming regarding the conditions of bond. I find probable cause. I also find that self-defense is an affirmative defense, and while that very well may be a defense in the case, there is probable cause for an unwanted touching. So the court finds probable cause for both allegations. Ma'am, we're going to place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes.
Would you give me your name, please?
Denise Ramner.
Thank you. And you are included in the charging affidavit as being involved in this incident. I'm going to be making some determinations regarding Ms. Tisdale's conditions of bond. Do you wish to give me some information about that?
Yes, I did also get a notary done, and it is with the state. I did state we were under the influence, and the gun was not pointed at me. It did fall out of the glove compartment, and I did say to throw it out the window. It was the heat of the moment, but it was not pointed at me, nor am I in fear of my life.
All right, thank you. Do you and Ms. Tisdale cohabitate? Do you live together?
We do.
All right. Are you in fear of Ms. Tisdale? Should she be allowed to return to the family home?
Yes, this is her first incident ever,
So you're not in fear?
I'm not in fear.
All right, thank you. And do you have a means of communication, like a cell phone, that you could call law enforcement if you were in fear? Have there ever been any incidents of domestic violence in the past?
Never.
All right, thank you. Any children at home?
No.
Thank you. State, any questions?
Do you know where the firearm currently is?
It's currently with the police.
So they actually recovered it? Okay.
Yes, from the neighbor.
Are there any other firearms in your home?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Ms. Clark, do you have any questions?
Your Honor, again, we couldn't hear anything. There's a lot of commotion. If I could just get a quick paraphrasing of what was said.
Not a problem. Ms. Ramnarine indicated that she was not in fear of Ms. Tisdale, that there were no acts of domestic violence in the past. She has a means of communication should she be worried about it. There's no other firearms in the home, and indicated that this was a first allegation for Ms. Tisdale.
No, Your Honor, 1 second, though. No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court finds probable cause. Bond in count 1 is going to be set in the amount of $250. Bond in count 2 is going to be set in the amount of $500 with pretrial release conditions. The pretrial release conditions are that Ms. Tisdale is to have no hostile contact with Ms. Ramnarine. That means exactly what you've heard me describe to this point. No putting your hands on your partner without her permission, no loud verbal arguments, no getting in each other's face. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, you're not to possess any firearms while this case is pending. The court will allow that no hostile contact and allow you to return to the family home.
Thank you, sir.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you if not previously appointed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Ms. Clark, is that the last of your clients?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond Court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond Court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jaime Sotomayor, certified federal interpreter, already sworn today. 1 second while I connect to the headset.
Thank you.
Sí, le escucho.
We're connected, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, ma'am. State your name, please.
Buenos días, Yolisa Santana.
Good morning, Jolisa Santana.
Ms. Santana, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery that's domestic related. Going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. This is case 22MM2543. Does the state have a position on bond?
Your Honor, she otherwise qualifies for PTR. Given that we don't have the victim's testimony here today, state has no objection.
Okay. Does the defense have a position on bond?
I would just ask for pretrial release, Your Honor, given she has no history.
All right, ma'am. Given the lack of history, I will release you on pretrial release with the following conditions: that you have no contact with Jason Lopez and that you live separately from him. If he is residing at the shared address, you can return one time with law enforcement to get your personal belongings. You're not to go back there alone. If you don't share an address, then that's fine. But you're not to live with him. You're not to have contact with him. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
Nosotros vivimos juntos, entonces estoy de acuerdo en que vaya algún oficial conmigo para recoger las pertenencias.
Well, we do live together, so I would agree to being accompanied by a police officer to go and pick up my belongings.
Okay, very good. Good luck, ma'am.
Y le quiero hacer otra pregunta.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Just understand that you do have the right to remain silent, so I think your attorney would urge you not to say anything about the circumstances that led to you being here. Okay? If you still have a question, I'm happy to answer it.
Okay. Yo quiero preguntar sobre mi bebé.
What I wanted to ask is about my baby.
Okay. I'm not ordering anything regarding your child, other than if the Department of Children and Families is involved in the situation, you're simply to follow their orders. But I'm not ordering. There's not an allegation against your child, at least in the case that I'm dealing with today. So my order does not address your child one way or the other.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck, ma'am.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning. Your name, sir?
Ariel Vasquez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Interpreter. That's all we have this morning.
You're welcome, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I can't see you. Which judge are you?
This is Judge Duckworth.
Okay, thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Vasquez, you're here for initial appearance. You have been arrested pursuant to a warrant for the charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated stalking after an injunction, and violation of an injunction for protection. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State you have a position on bond.
Your Honor, as to count 3, state as equal to no bond. The court can find no bond if there are no reasonable conditions that this court can place on him to ensure the victim and the community's safety. State would argue that there is not at this time, as there was a weapon involved. There is an injunction, and the victim has done everything to ensure her safety, including getting an injunction. And there are previous cases between this particular victim and this defendant, one in 2021, back in October, another in 2021 from March. That case was also a violation of a domestic injunction. This seems to be an ongoing issue between this defendant and this victim. So state is concerned for the victim's safety as well as the community's and the defendant's ability to follow court orders, as he's already violated the injunction at least once, has at least 2 prior failures to appear, the most recent being in 2020, multiple VOPs, and he's also a 2-state offender, so I'm unsure of his community ties.
Does the defense have a position on bond?
Your Honor, I would ask that you set a bond. The judge who signed the warrant said none until IAs. Also, the state could have filed a pretrial detention motion. There was no pretrial detention motion filed, so I would ask that you set a bond on all counts, as he is entitled to a bond.
All right, the court will note that based on the, notwithstanding the fact the state's not filed a motion for pretrial detention, the court will find that there are no reasonable conditions of release that would protect the victim in this case. I've reviewed the affidavit for the warrant. I'm going to continue the bond at none on count 3. On count 1, I'm going to set the bond at $10,000. Count 2, the bond will be subsidiary. It'll be $150. I will order that, and count 3 will be none. I'm going to order absolutely no contact with Tayasia Guilty, the victim. It's ordered not to return to 7025 Davar Avenue. That's previously been ordered by the court in the domestic injunction case. To possess no weapons, no firearms.
Your Honor, I would ask that you require the state to file that pretrial detention motion within a certain period of time. I would argue 5 days, and if to have that pretrial detention motion at least set and heard by, set to be heard by a judge, if we're gonna hold him at no bond. And I would object to holding him at no bond, Your Honor. He's entitled to a bond.
Over the defense's objection, I'm not going to require I've appointed counsel. A counsel can file a motion with the judge in Division 20 that's ultimately going to hear this case. I'm not going to hear it again. But otherwise, I'm going to deny the defense's request at this time. Good luck, sir. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Ball, B-A-L-L.
Mr. Ball, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery that's domestic related. Are you asking the court to appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter, or are you going to hire an attorney?
I'm pleading not guilty, and I will probably hire an attorney, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. State, do you have a position on bond on Mr. Ball?
Your Honor, it appears that he otherwise qualifies for a pretrial release, and as we don't have the victim here to testify, state has no objection to placing him on PTR.
All right, I'll release you on pretrial release with the condition that you not have any contact. Appears to be your wife. And it looks like it just says Lee. That's all it says, Lee Ball. Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to order you have no contact with Lee Ball, that you maintain a separate residence from her if she's residing at that Mueller Boulevard address. You're going to have to live somewhere else. You can return one time with law enforcement escorting you to get your personal belongings. You're not to go back there alone. You're not to have contact with her. You're not to possess weapons or firearms, consume alcohol or illegal drugs. Okay?
There's a condition that I need to let the court aware of.
It's difficult to hear you. Could you just speak up a little bit?
There's a condition, a medical condition that I have. My medical supplies are at that resident.
You can go back to the residence, you just have to be escorted by law enforcement. So I'm releasing you on pretrial release, but you just need to contact, this is gonna be the sheriff's office, to have you, to escort you over there, so we don't have another issue, okay? All right,
Yes, sir.
good luck. No, he indicated he's gonna hire his own attorney.
Reynolds was a refusal, Your Honor.
Okay, that was the refusal from yesterday, so,
I am gonna waive, Your Honor.
all right, so I'm gonna appoint the office of the public defender, and I'm gonna stay the bond at none. He was out on bond.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You're gonna leave the bond set at?
I'm sorry, he's out of
500.
ROR. And I forgot if has the state filed on that out on bond, or out on the ROR case, that 22 CF 826 AO?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't have that case number, 1 second.
I can.
22 CF.
I've got Odyssey up. It's 2022 CF 826 AO.
No, Your Honor, it has not been filed.
Okay, then I'll take no action on the out on bond. Just leave it at $500 with the condition that he not return to,
McDonald's at
looks like the
20
McDonald's,
Yes.
6820 North Orange Blossom Trail. All right, good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Kelly Hazard.
Ms. Hazard, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for an aggravated assault. It's domestic related. Going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. State, do you have a position on bond?
Your Honor, state would just ask for a reasonable bond. She does have prior DV history against, I believe, different victims. However, I don't see any other failures to appear. She also has a prior injunction against a different victim. So state would just ask that you take that into account when setting bond.
Does the defense have a position on bond?
Yes, Your Honor, I just asked that you take into account she's currently not working, but she does have community ties and she has 0 failures to appear. Her last conviction based on this was back in 2012, and it was a non-violent offense, so I'd ask that you consider all of that when setting the bond.
So it's quite a bit of time. I'm going to set the bond at $2,500 with the condition that she have absolutely no contact with Ernest Felton, maintain a separate residence. If he's at that North Pine Hills Road address, apartment, you're going to have to live somewhere else. You can return one time with law enforcement to get your personal belongings. If he doesn't live there, that's fine. You just can't live together. If he does live there, then, and that's where he's remaining, then you can go back, but you have to go back with law enforcement to get your personal belongings. Order you not to possess any weapons or firearms, consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Good luck, ma'am. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
DeAndre Leonard Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a warrant. Charge is burglary of an occupied structure, grand theft, and assault that's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. State, do you have a position on bond?
And I see that he qualifies for PTR. However, if you are inclined to put him on PTR, state would ask for bond with PTR. Given that his risk assessment is moderate, and he does have quite a few convictions, one of which, or at least 2 of which, are violent in nature, as well as several other probation violations, showing inability to comply with court orders. So state would ask for bond or bond with PTR.
Defense?
Your Honor, my client is currently unemployed. He's disabled. He does qualify for pretrial release. He has 0 failures to appear. And it looks like his last conviction was back in 2017 for resisting without violence. So I'd ask for pretrial release in this case, given he cannot afford a monetary bond.
All right, I've reviewed the affidavit for the warrant. Based on that, I'm not going to release him on pretrial release. I'm going to set the bond on count 1 at $5,000. Count 2 will be subsidiary 150, count 3 subsidiary at 100. I'm going to order that you have absolutely no contact with Heather Grease, Griess. It does not appear that you were residing together, but you're not to return to that 1738 Mercy Drive, apartment 2314. You're to have no contact with, it looks like, Ms. Grease's roommate at that address. You're to possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Your Honor, as the state stated, on count 1, given he is unemployed and disabled, if we do pretrial release with a monetary bond on count 1, would you consider reducing the $5,000 to at least $3,500? He'll also be monitored by pretrial release.
I'll do that. I'll reduce it to $2,500 with pretrial release in the same conditions.
On all 3 counts? On all 3 counts?
That's okay.
Yes, yes, on pretrial release on everything. The bond on count 1, $2,500. Count 2 and 3 will remain the same. And he's on pretrial release on all, with the same conditions of no contact, all that. Okay. Morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Hi, Turner.
Ms. Turner, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for aggravated assault with a motor vehicle and a battery. It's domestic related. Going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And, sir, what's your name?
Marcus Bradley.
Okay, I see that you're, Mr. Bradley, you're listed as the victim. If Ms. Turner's given a bond and conditions of release, do you want to have contact with her, or do you want her to stay away from you?
Contact.
You want to have contact. Are you in fear of her?
No. It was actually.
Well, understand today's not the trial, so
Right.
we don't need to, we're just talking about conditions of release at this point. So if there's anything you want to talk about the case, you probably need to talk to the state attorney's office about that, because they're the ones that determine whether or not to actually file the charges. So
I
state,
just
you have
want to
any
request
questions
that,
for Mr. Bradley?
if you can you give us the lowest bond?
You have any questions for Mr. Bradley?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any questions for Mr. Bradley?
No, Your Honor.
State what's your position on bond?
Your Honor, state would just ask for a reasonable bond. The victim stated he's not afraid of her, and it doesn't look like she has much history. So state would just ask for a reasonable bond, taking that into account in the victim's testimony.
Defense?
Your Honor, I would just echo the same as the state.
All right, I'll set the bond on count 1 at $500, count 2 subsidiary at 100. I'm going to order that you have no hostile contact with Mr. Bradley. If y'all get into an argument, you'd need to walk away from each other, okay? Possess no weapons or firearms.
Mr. Bradley, I'm giving you a card. It has the case number on it and the state attorney's number, and you can call them, okay?
Morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Essence Bronner Rosa.
Ma'am, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery. It's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State, you have a position on bond?
Your Honor, she otherwise qualifies for PTR. State has no objection, given we don't have victim testimony here today.
Okay. Defense?
I would just ask for pretrial release, given she has no history. It's like one out-of-state history, but other than that, Your Honor, she does not have any history.
All right, I'll release you on pretrial release, ma'am, with the condition that you have no contact with the victim. Appears y'all don't live together. His name's Neil Rutherford. maintain a separate residence. Court has no objection to you traveling as part of pretrial release. Possess no weapons or firearms, okay?
I appreciate that.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Mr. Furman, state you have a position on bond?
Your Honor, state we just asked for a reasonable bond, take into account that there are other, he did, at screening said something about mental health. And there is a previous DV arrest with this same victim, however, the victim was unwilling to prosecute. So state would just ask for a reasonable bond.
Okay. Defense, do you have a position on bond?
I just asked for a reasonable bond, Your Honor.
I'm going to set the bond, I've reviewed the affidavit, I'll set the bond at $1,000. Order that he have absolutely no contact with Jessica Furman, that he not return to 4613 South Kirkman Road, number 7205, that appears to be victim's address. Possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Morning, sir, your name, please? What's your name, please?
Cole Fletcher.
Fletcher, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery and a criminal mischief. I'm going to, actually, it looks like if it does not appear you qualify for the public defender, it looks like if your take-home pay is the amount that you wrote down, then you make too much to qualify for the public defender.
Okay.
So at this point, we can go ahead and proceed with the initial appearance. State you have a position on bond.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Well, I'm asking the state, you make too much to qualify for the public defender at this point, okay? So at this point, I'm asking the state what their position is on setting a bond. You're entitled to a bond. I'm going to set a bond. I need their input to determine an amount.
May I say something?
Well, I'll let you say something, but let me hear from them first, and then before you say something, I'm going to give you some other indication, so.
Your Honor, the state has no objection to pretrial release, given that Mr. Fletcher otherwise qualifies for it, and given that the victim was not here to testify. And his prior conviction was over 20 years old, almost 30 years old.
So, Mr. Fletcher, you qualify for pretrial release. I'll release you on pretrial release, so you won't have to post a monetary bond. But I'm going to place the condition that you have absolutely no contact with Tiffany Boggs, that you maintain a separate residence from her. Looks like she's in the process of moving out. So you're to have no contact with her whatsoever, indirect, direct, or otherwise. You're to possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Okay? All right, good luck.
What's this mean?
Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Dante King.
Mr. Keene, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for, it looks like 2 counts of battery. And we've got one individual in the box. Ma'am, what's your name, please?
I'm Chevion Holmes.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear your name.
Chevion Holmes.
Ms. Holmes, thank you. All right, Ms. Holmes, Mr. Keene has been arrested for a battery. Unfortunately, the affidavit does not have names, or I'm missing them. If he's released, it appears from reading the affidavit that the alleged victims are you and one of your children.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll be speaking for me.
But we don't need to get into all the facts and circumstances. Today's not a trial. I just want to make sure that we.
No, I just wanted to say that I'm going to speak for my daughter because she's a minor and I didn't want to bring her here.
Okay, all right. So if Mr. Keene is given conditions of release, are you in fear of him or are you not?
We are not.
Okay. Do you want to have contact with him or do you want him to stay away from you?
We want him to come home.
All right. State, do you have any questions for Ms. Holmes?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender. And it looks like he qualifies for pretrial release, so I'll release you on pretrial release with the following conditions: that you have no hostile contact with Ms. Holmes or any of the children, that you possess no weapons or firearms, that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Okay?
So does that mean he can come home?
That means he can come home, but he's not to have hostile contact, okay?
Okay.
Now, it appears that the Department of Children and Families was called, so you just need to abide by whatever their orders are. So they may have orders regarding contact with children, and so you just need to abide by whatever those orders are. But I'm not making that order now, just no hostile contact, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
So you're not placing on the order, don't comply with DCF? That's not part of the order, or no?
No, it's do comply with DCF.
Okay.
Comply with any orders of the Department of Children and Families.
Okay.
But I don't know what those orders are,
Okay.
or if there are any yet. All right, morning, sir. Your name, please? I'm sorry, could you say it again, please?
Wilfredo Nieves.
Thank you, Mr. Nieves. You're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery. It's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State you have a position on bond.
Your Honor, the state has no objection to PCR, given that he otherwise qualifies, has little to no history, and the victim is not here to testify.
All right, defense?
I would just ask for pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to release you on pretrial release with the conditions that you have absolutely no contact with Brian Perez Feliciano, that you maintain a separate residence, you possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol while this matter is pending.
No, sir.
Ma'am, your name, please?
Lisa Rivera Torres.
Mr. Vera Torres, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery. It's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State, do you have a position on bond?
The state has no objection to PCR, Your Honor, given the victim is not here to testify, and Ms. Rivera Torres has no history.
And defense would ask for pretrial release as well, Your Honor.
All right, I'll release you on pretrial release with the condition that you have no contact with Miguel Mojica, if I'm saying that right, that you maintain a separate residence from him.
I lived there. I've been living there for 3 years. He just moved in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, could she have a one-time return with law enforcement, Your Honor?
Yeah, so you're to maintain a separate residence. You can return with law enforcement escorting you to get your personal belongings. Don't go back there alone. Don't have any contact with him. Don't consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and don't possess any weapons or firearms. All right, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Rule is medical.
Rue is medical.
He has a victim.
So I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
He has a victim.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Stephanie Freeman.
It's hard to hear you, I'm sorry.
Stephanie Freeman.
Ms. Freeman. Okay, Ms. Freeman, I see you're listed as one of the victims in this matter. I've been told that Samuel Rue is in medical?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so what we can do today is we can set a bond today on, well, we've got multiple cases. Let's see.
Is there any way to find out why he's in medical? Or what's wrong?
I don't know that we even know, other than we're just told medical. That's all we're told.
Your Honor, I believe it's from the criminal mischief case. It appears within that affidavit.
Okay, so he sustained injury?
I believe so.
Okay.
It Could possibly, I'm not sure that's exactly, however, it was possibly kicking the gate and smashing his body against the grate in the cop car.
Okay. Ms. Freeman, if he's released, if he's given a bond and conditions of release, do you want to have contact with him or do you want him to stay away from you?
Contact.
Are you in fear of him?
No,
And who is Dominic Freeman?
my son.
Your son. And is Dominic a minor?
No, he's 18.
Okay. And is he here today?
He's not. They told me it was just for me today when I called.
Okay, well, he's also listed as a victim. There were 2 counts. Well, I'm sorry, the second count, it's actually a $1,000 bond. Okay, so that's just the domestic. So, State, do you have any questions for Ms. Freeman?
No, Your Honor.
And I'll appoint the public defender at this point. Does the defense have any position on bond?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if he would qualify for pretrial release. I would ask that you set a bond and also allow him to be screened for pretrial release, because I don't know his financial situation, being that he's not here today.
Okay. All right, so what I'll do is I'll set the bond at $500 or pretrial release if he qualifies, with the conditions that he have no hostile contact with Stephanie Freeman or Dominic Freeman, that he possessed no weapons or firearms, and that he consumed no alcohol or illegal drugs. The other bonds will just be stayed for the sanitary nuisance, criminal mischief, and the other battery. And so it looks like y'all are in town from
New Jersey.
New Jersey, and you're planning on going back?
Tomorrow night is our flight.
Okay, so by tomorrow, either you can post the bond or he'll be screened for pretrial release, and I've got no objection to him traveling as a condition of pretrial release.
So I'll be contacted to come back and pay the bond?
Well, either he'll be screened for pretrial release, but that's only for this one count. Well, actually, it'd be for all counts.
Okay,
All cases, it'd be pretrial release or the bonds as set. So if he qualifies for pretrial release, then he won't, and I don't know if they've got a contact number for you, because that may be something they may want to talk to you. It'll either be pretrial release where you would not have to post a monetary bond, but there'll be conditions of him having to keep in contact with them,
Okay.
or post the monetary bond, which you could now, if you're posting a bond, you could do right now. But that's up to you. I can't tell you what to do.
Okay, and if I want to post bond,
If you want to pay his bond, you can either pay a cash bond downstairs, or you can talk to a bondsman.
okay,
And then that's really between you and them, but generally you pay a percentage as their fee, and then they post the bond otherwise.
okay.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Good luck, ma'am. Yes, on the DV, it's 500, or pretrial release if he qualifies. But that's for all of them, all 4 cases. It's the bond amount or pretrial release. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Good morning. Alan Swasnavis.
All right, sir, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for battery. It's domestic related. It's battery by strangulation. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, and you're also out on bond from last month out of Osceola County. All right. State, what's your position on bond?
Your Honor, state would just ask that a reasonable bond be set. He does have a prior failure to appear that is very recent. And in regards to the Osceola out on bond, it has not yet been filed since it was just picked up approximately a month ago. And given that it's just cannabis and paraphernalia, they would ask that you not revoke.
Defense?
I just ask that you set a reasonable bond, Your Honor.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set the bond on the domestic case at $2,500. In order that you have absolutely no contact with Eva Ojeda, that you maintain a separate residence from her. Looks like you reside separately. So you're to maintain a separate residence from her, no contact whatsoever, possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and I'll take no action on the out on bond out of Osceola County. Good luck, sir.
Excuse me, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Did she say that I had a failure to appear to court?
On the face sheet, it says that you've got 2 failures to appear and that you failed to appear last March for a case. That's not affecting what I'm doing today.
Thank you.
You've got it, you've got a bond. All right, good luck.
I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
On Marin Williams, the state have a position on bond?
Our state would just ask for a reasonable bond, taking into account, he has a fairly lengthy criminal history, including other violent, felonies, multiple VOPs. So we just ask for a reasonable bond, as there are many battery cases, ag assault deadly weapon, ag bat, great bodily harm.
And
There's an indication in the charging affidavit that he's been diagnosed is just with schizophrenia, bipolar depression. So I'll set the bond at $1,000. Excuse me, I'll set the bond at $500 or mental health pretrial release if he qualifies. Condition of either way is that he have absolutely no contact with Brenda Holly, that he maintain his separate residence, going to return once to get personal belongings. No weapons, firearms, no alcohol or illegal drugs. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Valentin Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, you're here, you were arrested on a Okaloosa County warrant for failing to appear on a drug case. And the bond is set at none. So they're going to notify Okaloosa County that you're here, and they should come get you in 72 hours. Okay, now that does not include the weekend. So odds are it's not going to be, the earliest will probably be Monday or Tuesday. You may get lucky, it may be Friday. Okay, all right, good luck, sir. All right. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Zul McPherson, Your Honor.
Mr. McPherson, you're here on a, looks like a Lake County warrant where you failed to appear on a drug case. Actually, it looks like 2 warrants. One was a domestic violence battery, and the second one was a cannabis case. On the domestic violence case, the bond is set at none. And on the cannabis, the bond's set at $2,000. Theoretically, you can post the bond on the cannabis case here in Orange County, but that's not going to get you out of jail. You're going to have to wait. They're going to notify Lake County that you're here. They should come get you within 24 hours, okay, to take you back to Lake County, okay?
Norlin was a bond.
Norlene is a bond.
Norlene.
Okay, thank you.
So if I,
Your Honor, both of his cases are out of Lake County?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Let me just, yeah, they're both out of Lake County.
No.
Morning, ma'am. Your name, please? Ms. Browning, you're here for initial appearance. You were arrested on a violation of probation warrant. So you're on probation for dealing in stolen property and a false verification of ownership. A secondhand dealer. And allegations are that you violated your probation by committing the new offense of petty theft in Osceola County. And the bond has been set at none on the warrant. All right, do you want me to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, or are you going to hire an attorney, ma'am?
I have a lawyer.
You have a lawyer? Okay, all right. So the bond is set at none. You can just contact your attorney, and you'll be given a court date on the violation, okay? Good luck. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Ulysses Cherry, sir.
Mr. Cherry, you're here for initial appearance. Okay, you've been arrested for a violation of community control. And it looks like you're on probation or community control for a drug case, cocaine. Allegations that you violated your community control are that you tested positive for cocaine, and the bond is set at none on the violation of community control, and that you are also currently out on bond on a new charge. Is the state filed on that case, fleeing or attempting to elude? I'm going to take, I'll take no action. I'll take no action.
Action, Your Honor. But it has been filed.
Now, do you want me to appoint an attorney to represent you, or are you going to hire an attorney?
I hired Robert Mandel.
Okay, so you've got an attorney, okay. All right, so you can just tell the attorney, and they'll file paperwork, and they'll get a court date, okay? Good luck. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Travis Duttill Marsh.
Mr. Marshall, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested on a warrant for violation of probation, and also on a new case of possession of cocaine. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. The violation of probation, looks like you're on probation for robbery. Allegations that you violated are that you tested positive for cocaine, failed to pay costs, fines, cost investigation, failed to complete treatment, and failed to complete anger management. The bond is set at none on the violation. On the possession of cocaine, the bond set at $1,000. Good luck, sir. Morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Christina Marshall.
All right, ma'am. You're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a CAPIS for failing to appear for a violation of probation status hearing on April 11th. The bond is set at $10,000. And you were also arrested on a violation of probation. Looks like you're on probation for a fraud-related charge. Allegations that you violated are that you failed to report to your probation officer on 1-2 dates, that you committed the new offense of possession of methamphetamine, failed to pay cost, looks like court costs and cost of supervision. The bond on the violation is set at none. And I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in both these cases, all right? Good luck, ma'am.
It doesn't matter. You gotta go back.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Hector Andres Rosa Padillo.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance on two matters. They're both violations of probation you were arrested for. And I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in both these cases. First, you were on probation for possession of heroin. Allegations that you violated are that you changed your residence without permission, like you failed to, failed to report. And the, okay, there we go. It's the same allegation in both. The second case, it was, you're on probation for aggravated battery and misdemeanor battery. Same allegation. So the bond set at none on both. Okay. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, we were aware that he doesn't speak English. This is Santana Ramos.
Okay, he speaks Spanish? Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
All right, thank you. Put your headphones on, there you go.
Okay.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm the defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. State your name, please.
Jorge Abdiel Santana Ramos.
Jorge Abdiel Santana Ramos.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance in case 2021 CF 608. You've been arrested for a violation of probation. You were on probation for the offenses of or it looks like sale and delivery of cocaine and unlawful use of a two-way communication device. Allegations that you violated your probation are that you failed to report to probation in December of last year, February of this year, looks like twice in February of this year, and that you failed to pay your costs, and that you have failed to undergo your drug and alcohol evaluation. All right. The bond on the violation of probation is set at none. And I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter. Okay. Good luck, sir. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. That's all we have.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good morning.
Two. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Travis Shealy.
Mr. Shealy, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a violation of probation. Looks like an on-view violation. You were on probation for possession of cocaine. All right, it looks like the well, it looks like an on-view arrest for solicitation to sell cocaine, solicitation to sell cannabis, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, which would represent a violation of probation. So at this point, I'm going to stay the bond at none, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Morning, sir. Your name, please? Mr. Thayer, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested violation of probation. It's on-view violation. You were on probation for aggravated battery. Okay, and it's based on the new law violation of possession of methamphetamine or excuse me, MDMA and resisting an officer without violence in case 22 CF 4395 yesterday. So this is an on-view violation. So I'm going to stay the bond at none, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Say something, sir.
Well, you got the right to remain silent, so you should probably say something to the attorney before you say something to me. Good luck, sir.
What we heard is just to let you know, I told the officers yesterday when they arrested me under the name of Joshua Theron. That's not my name. My name is Joshua Lee Rose. Last so my social is 6533.
Okay, so if you're saying that they got the wrong person,
I told this to them yesterday.
okay.
They arrested me. Okay. While they broke my arm at the same time.
We're not here.
Why they arrest me up under his name, or why they even charge me with this crime?
If you're not the person that they say you aren't, then they're going to take your fingerprints. They're going to run the fingerprints through the computer to see if it's you. I see there's quite a history for the person you're saying you're not, Joshua James Thayer. You're saying that you're not them. You're not that person.
Joshua Lee Rose.
Okay.
Not only did they that, the illegal search and seizure.
Well, I've appointed you.
Aggravated. They sit down.
Your Honor, we're done.
Everything.
We're done. Thank you.
We are done. Washington D.C. will find out. My officer.
All right. All right, y'all ready to get started?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll do our Spanish first.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Arroyo, State Certified Interpreter and previously sworn.
All right.
¿Lo puedes ajustar? Más pequeño. Más little small. Sí, le escucho.
Connection is established, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Could you state your name, please?
Wendy Fernández Sánchez.
Wendy Fernandez Sanchez.
Ma'am, you're here for an arraignment today. You've been charged for attaching a tag not assigned to the vehicle in case 2022 CT 1739. The Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed to represent you.
Your Honor, I will enter a plea of not guilty.
And a plea of not guilty has been entered, and we'll set it for a pretrial conference.
It'll be in Division 63. Pretrial will be May 12th at 1 o'clock in courtroom 10B.
Pero esto,
Madam I don't know if it's a man.
Sigo quedando.
Interpreter, I did write the court date, her next court date on the form that I handed her. If you could just advise her of that.
Ok, pero ¿todavía sigo presa o no?
Yes, but I just want to know if I'll continue being locked in jail or not.
Yes, she has multiple other charges.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's all we have, Madam Interpreter. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. The interpreter will disconnect.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Javon Keaton.
Mr. Keeby, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for robbery with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, petty theft, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you.
I got a case pending where I have a public defender. That's all.
Okay, I couldn't quite hear what you said.
So I think I already have a case pending with a public defender already.
You have another case with the public defender already? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm appointing the public defender in this case also. State, do you have a position on the bond with the robbery?
Yes, Your Honor. Given that count 1 is a life offense, state's asking that you hold him no bond pending an Arthur hearing at a later time.
Defense?
Your Honor, we reserve the right to have an Arthur hearing.
I'm going to stay the bond at none on count 1, and I'll stay the bonds on counts 2, 3, and 4 at 150, 100, and 100. In addition, I'm going to order that you have no contact with the victim, possess no weapons or firearms. All right. Good luck, sir. Morning, your name, sir?
Julius Miles.
Mr. Miles, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for possession of cocaine and trespass after warning. Going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Bonds will be stated $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. In addition, I'm going to order that you not return to 2225 Pipestone Court. All right. Good luck, sir. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Matthew Nash.
Mr. Nash, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for burglary of a structure, 2 counts of grand theft of motor vehicle. I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Bonds will be stated at $3,500 on count 1, $150 each on counts 2 and 3. I'm going to order that you not return to the U-Haul 508 North Goldenrod Road. Good luck.
Is there any way I could get BTR?
You don't qualify for pretrial release.
I've completed it before. Please,
Yeah.
sir.
With the, well, I see in your pat, and I'm not going to go back and forth with you, but I see you've got 5 prior failures to appear, according to the face sheet. The last one being a year ago, April 2021. So based on that, I'm not going to release you on pretrial release.
Please, sir.
I've heard you, and no, the answer is no. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Kareem Richardson.
Mr. Richardson, you're here for initial appearance. Looks like we've got a couple of cases. Okay, you've been arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer. And in a second case, you've been arrested for a second battery on a law enforcement officer, plus resisting an officer with violence, plus a battery, plus child abuse, plus an assault on law enforcement officer. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in these cases. I'm going to The bond's going to be stayed at $2,500 on the first case. Second case, the bonds will be stayed $2,500 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, $500 on count 3, $1,000 on count 4, and $500 on count 5. I am going to order that you have no contact with the victims, that you possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Good luck, sir. Good morning. Your name, please? Solomon, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for burglary of a dwelling, assault, and trespass on property after warning. Okay, you're also currently out on bond. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State what's your position on the out on bond.
Your Honor, that case has been filed as of the 4th. And given that it is in the same realm of cases, given that it's trespass in the same realm with the battery or the burglary and the trespass, state would ask that you revoke at this time. They were approximately a month apart. She was out on bond while she picked up a new case. I do understand that that case is, however, in your courtroom downtown, so I'll leave it within your discretion.
And Your Honor, I just ask that if you are inclined to revoke, you revoke in double as opposed to holding her in no bond. I only see 2 misdemeanors in her history, 0 failures to appear, so I just ask that you consider all of those things.
Okay, it's a different address. All right, I'm going to stay the bonds on the new felony case, $5,000 on count 1, $100 each on counts 2 and 3. Order you not to return to 4055 Covington Street, that's St. Mark's and Richmond Center. You're not to return there. And I'll take no action on the misdemeanor trespass. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Davion Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, you're here for, this is an arraignment in charge with operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed.
And we'll enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, plea of not guilty set for pretrial.
Going to be in Division 80, June 20th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 9C.
Was that May 20th?
June.
June 20th, thank you.
That's right. So Carrera, let's mental health.
I will waive.
So I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender, waive the initial appearance, stay the bonds with order of no contact to the victims.
Garcia bonded.
Thank you. Garcia bonded.
Fidel bonded also.
Dale bonded. Keep going. No. Morning. Your name, sir?
Good morning. Oh,
What's your
Andrew
name?
Herford.
Mr. Herford. You're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for resisting an officer without violence.
Your Honor, there is not an offer from the state, but we would We'll plead to the bench for an offer to resolve the resisting without violence. My client would like to resolve the case. It looks like he only has out-of-state history. His last conviction was in 2019. So I would just ask for, if Your Honor would consider an offer to resolve the case today.
What's the state's position on a plea to the bench on this discharge?
Your Honor, state didn't convey an offer just due to the allegations of where he was around children and allegedly in his underwear. I didn't know if a credit time served plea was appropriate given the circumstances. I know the officer also considered a DUI, however, did not proceed due to the keys not being on his person nor in the mission. So I just didn't believe a credit time served offer was appropriate at this time, given that children likely could have or would have seen him.
Okay.
And he had no.
At this point, the court's not willing to, without an information being filed, if the state's not making an offer, the court's not willing to enter into a plea negotiations regarding the misdemeanor. So I will reduce the bond to $500, and I'm going to order him not to return to the scene of the offense. It's 2751 South Chickasaw Trail, the martial arts school. I don't remember where that is.
So I've got to go through a bail bond.
Do the 100. Yeah. You're welcome.
Morning, sir. Your name, please? Mr. Rodwell, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to 1201 North Cimarron Boulevard. Is that the address you have? Oh. And court costs, Your Honor, and Mr. Rodwell would like to accept an offer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mr. Rodwell, be handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the offense of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. The resolution would be an adjudication of guilt, credit for the 2 days you served in jail, plus costs. That'd resolve the case without a trial. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do? Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom? Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, to that offense, trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, how do you plead to the charge? I'll accept no contest. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days, time served, and go order that you not return to 1201 North Cimarron Boulevard. Understand you've been trespassed. If you go back, you're just going to get rearrested. Okay, so don't go back. I'll give you 350 days to pay the cost. You have 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. Okay. Good luck, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Jessica Bland.
All right, Ms. Bland, you're here for initial appearance. You were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear at a pretrial conference
Yes,
on this
sir.
charge of petty theft back on April the 11th.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state was a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, no return to 5991 South Goldenrod Road. There's also a cost of investigation in the amount of $286.72 to the Orlando Police Department, as well as court costs. Ms. Bland would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Ms. Bland, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the offense on the charge of petty theft of $100 or more, and that the disposition would be a withhold of adjudication, credit for the time that you served on this case which appears to be 2 days.
3 days, yeah.
3 days, okay, you bonded out. Okay, 3 days, you would not return to the scene
Yes, sir.
on South Goldenrod, and you would pay the cost, including that cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department. I'll give you time to get that paid. That would resolve the case without a trial. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do? I'm holding up this plea form. It has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Sir.
Okay. All right, to that offense of petty theft of $100 or more, first-degree misdemeanor, how do you plead to that charge?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 3 days you served in jail, order you not to return to 5991 South Goldenrod Road here in Orange County.
Sir.
Order that you pay the court costs, cost of prosecution, and cost of investigation of $286.72. That's the Orlando Police Department. I'll give you 350 days to get all that paid, just short of a year. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence. Any appeal must be in writing. All right?
Yes, sir, thank you so much.
Good luck.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Jennifer Goodman.
All right, Ms. Goodman, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear for a plea and sentencing on March 24th this year on 3 counts of petty theft of $100 or more. All right, the court had set bonds at $5,000 on each of those 3 for a total of $15,000. Okay. All right.
No, that's, oh, this is just initial appear. Okay, I got you. Yeah, no, I already, okay.
Good luck, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Robert Harmon, sir.
Mr. Harmon, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear for an arraignment on March 31st of last year on a charge of defrauding an innkeeper. And the bond is set at $2,000. You were also arrested for failing to appear for an arraignment on December the 15th of 2020 on an offense of battery. And does he qualify for pretrial release?
No, Your Honor, I was gonna ask if you can strike the PTR from the warrant instead of bond.
All right, so in that case, the battery from 2020, you don't qualify, so I'll set the bond at $500 on that case. All right, good luck, sir.
You appointed, I'm sorry, you appointed us, correct, Your Honor?
Well, hold on, could you ask Mr. Harmon to come back?
Mr. Harmon? I don't believe he has an attorney on either case, Your Honor, that I see.
Mr. Harmon, I just wanted to inquire, do you want me to appoint the Office of the Public Defender in these cases, or are you going to hire an attorney?
No, sir. I thought I got time served for the defrauding the innkeeper. And I don't know anything about the battery because the battery should have been handled when I was arrested for the defrauding the innkeeper thing.
Okay, well, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender, and you can talk to them and hopefully sort it all out.
Oh, this is Bartek.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Lewis's behavior.
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
So on Lewis, stay the bonds, $250 each. Order no contact with the victims, no return to the scene. Total of $500. PD appointed. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please? What's your name, please?
Tashi Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here for initial appearance. You were arrested for failing to appear
Yes, ma'am.
for court on a charge. It was an arraignment on a county ordinance violation soliciting without a permit.
Offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, court costs, and I believe the $10 filing fee?
It's a filing fee, yeah.
Yep, the $10 filing fee. Mr. Williams would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Williams, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to that county ordinance violation soliciting without a permit. You'd be adjudicated guilty, be given credit for
2 days.
2 days?
Mhm.
Credit for the 2 days you've served in jail plus the costs, and I give you time to get the cost paid. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to re-review and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, to that county ordinance violation of soliciting without a permit, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days served in jail plus 350 days to get the cost paid. You have 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right, good luck, sir. You'll be released as to this today. Good morning, sir. Your name, please? Mr. Nahart, you're here for initial appearance you've been arrested for disorderly conduct and the okay. Looks like state misdemeanor paraphernalia.
Your Honor, the offer from the state is a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, and court cost in both cases. Mr. Nahart would like to accept and enter plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Nahart, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the offense, the city ordinance violations, disorderly conduct, and the state misdemeanors, which is possession of paraphernalia, that the agreement is a withhold of adjudication, credit for the 2 days you served in jail plus cost. That would resolve the case without a trial. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom? Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes.
All right. To the county or the city ordinance violation, disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
No contest.
Okay. And to the state misdemeanors, it's paraphernalia, how do you plead? I'll accept your plea on both. I'm going to withhold adjudication, give you credit for 2 days. I'll give you 350 days to get the cost paid. You have 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right. What's that? Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Robert Nielsen.
Mr. Nielsen, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a city ordinance violation, disorderly conduct.
Your Honor, the offer from the state is a withhold, credit time served, and court costs. Mr. Nelson would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Mr. Nielsen, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the city ordinance violation. And the agreement's a withhold of adjudication, credit for 2 days you've served in jail, plus costs. That'll resolve the case without a trial. Is that your understanding? Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom? Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, to that city ordinance violation, disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for 2 days, and I'll give you 350 days to get the cost paid. You've got 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right, good luck, sir. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please? All right, Mr. Reed, you're here for initial appearance for a city ordinance violation of disorderly conduct. I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to that offense. Understanding that the agreement's a withhold of adjudication, credit for 2 days you've served in jail, plus costs that'll resolve the matter without a trial. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Holding up a plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom? Did you have the chance to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, to that city ordinance violation of disorderly conduct, how do you plead? I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for 2 days plus costs, and I'll give you 350 days to get the cost paid. You have 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right, good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Castaneda is a bond.
Castaner,
Dixit is a bond.
Dixit's a bond.
Holmes is also a bond.
Holmes, you said?
Yes, sir.
Holmes is a bond. All three of those are bonds. Okay.
Yep. Morello, second.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Sammy Daniel Murillo, sir.
Okay, Mr. Morello.
Your Honor, on 2022 CT 1407AO, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit, time served, and court costs. On 2022 CT 1064AO, the offer is a withhold, credit, time served, in court costs. Mr. Murillo would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay. So it looks on each case, it's 2 days time served. Okay. All right, Mr. Murillo, you're here for initial appearance on 2 separate charges, both being the same offense, that being having no motor vehicle registration. And I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to withdraw your pleas or enter pleas of no contest on each of those offenses, understanding that the disposition would be a withhold of adjudication on one, you'd be adjudicated guilty on the other, but in both you'd be given credit for the 2 days you've served in jail plus costs. That would resolve both these matters without a trial. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
That one.
I'm sorry, I can't see, sir. My glasses, but they're polarized.
Okay, all right.
I can't see at all. Can I put them on?
If you need to put them on,
Yes, sir.
I'm holding up the form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right. Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, to the offense of having no motor vehicle registration in 22 CT 1407, how do you plead?
No contest.
And to the same offense in 22 CT 1064, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept your pleas, both. I'm going to, the first case, I'll withhold adjudication, I'm sorry, I've got those backwards. So in 1064, I'm going to withhold adjudication, give you credit for 2 days, plus costs. Second case, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 2 days, plus costs. And I'm going to give you 350 days to get the cost paid, all right?
Yes, sir.
And
50 days?
300, just short of a year.
I'll pay it.
And you've got 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence. Any appeal must be in writing.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so you'll be released on these today. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Lisa Albin.
Ms. Albin, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a CAPIS for failing to appear for a violation of probation status hearing on March 28th of last month. The bond set at none. All right. Good luck, ma'am. Good luck. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Well, Bailey.
All right, Mr. Bailey, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested. Been arrested for 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance, for criminal mischief over $1,000, and resisting an officer without violence. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're also currently out on bond in January for a couple burglary cases. Has the state made a filing decision on those?
Yes, Your Honor, we filed back in January.
All right, so I'm gonna, on the new case from yesterday, I'm gonna stay the bonds at $3,500 on count one, $3,500 on count two, $1,000 on count three, $500 on count four. Order you not to return to the scene of arrest and no contact with any victims or witnesses. On 2021 CF 15971, in case you're out on bond on, I'm revoking that bond and setting it at none. All right, good luck, sir. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Jose Francisco Bautista Costa.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance.
Yes.
Been arrested for an aggravated assault with a weapon. The bond is set at $2,500. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender. In addition, I'm going to order that you not return to the scene of the arrest. You have no contact with the victim, possess no weapons or firearms. It looks like you were ROR last month on a city ordinance, no open container. I'll take no action on that.
Your Honor, I asked to resolve the case with the state. They're in agreement with the withhold credit time served and court costs. The state did file, so I know there's the $10 filing fee.
Okay.
And Mr. Bautista
Yes, ma'am.
Costa would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay. All right, so I just want to make sure, Mr. Batista, you understand that by entering a plea to the open container from last month, that has nothing to do with the aggravated assault, and you still have to make the bond on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to that open container or the city ordinance violation, be a withhold of adjudication, credit for
2 days.
2 days, and costs, and I'll give you time to get that paid, and there won't be a trial on that open container case. That'll resolve it. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is it your signature at the bottom?
I'm sorry.
Yes. All right. So did you have the chance to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it? I see you nodding your head, yes. All right.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay. To the city ordinance violation, open container, how do you plead?
No contest, sir.
I'll accept no contest. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for 2 days, time served, give you 350 days to get the court costs paid and the filing fee. You've got 30 days to appeal the judgment, sentence, any appeal must be in writing. So as far as the open container goes, you're released on that. You still have to post a bond on the aggravated assault with the other conditions of release.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, good luck.
Have a nice day. God bless your family.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
My name is Moses Blake, sir.
All right, Mr. Blake, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for, this is pursuant to a warrant for failing to update a driver's license as a sexual offender. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
But what I was told, though, sir.
Don't talk.
Well, yeah, you don't need to. You can talk to the attorney about it. Okay, we're not going to resolve it today. All right, I'm going to set the bond at $2,500. Does he have reporting requirements?
He does, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so he needs, what, he's got 24 hours to report?
24 hours, yes.
So 24 hours from release, you got to report back to your officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Brown is medical.
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so on Marcus Brown, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender. We've got a couple of cases. Let's see here. The new offense, grand theft motor vehicle, possession of vehicle with altered numbers, and the, looks like felony driving license suspended. Bonds are all going to be stayed at $2,500 each. It's also out, looks like out of county. Lake County warrant. Let's see if I can sort this out. So in the Lake County warrant, he's got a no bond on one count, 5,000 on counts 2 and 3, 1,000 on count 4, 500 on count 5. It looks like a domestic related. I'll stay those bonds. And he's I'm sorry. Was he that? Oh, okay. He's also currently out on bond, 2020 CF 3695 out of Osceola County. I'm going to revoke that bond to set it at none. And I'll appoint the Office of Public Defender. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please? Mr. Gunn, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear for a status hearing on your 2019 felony case. The first count being robbery with a firearm with a mask. The bond has been set at none. You'll have to go back and see the judge in Division 12. Okay? Morning, sir. Your name, please?
It's Vincent Hammer, sir.
All right, sir. You're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a warrant. All right. For the charge of sale and delivery of cocaine, the bond was set at $1,500. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll take no action on the out on bond. That happened after the date of incident on the warrant.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Good morning, sir. Your name, please? What's your name, please?
Israel Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. All right, Mr. Hill, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for possession of MDMA and trespassing. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Okay. All right, the bond's been set at $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. Currently out on bond on a grand theft motor vehicle and driving with suspended license. What's the state's position on the out on bond?
Your Honor, we haven't filed on those yet. However, he just picked them up 20 days ago. So given that it's the same offense, state's asking that you revoke. And if you're not inclined to revoke instead of 0, state's asking that you revoke and at least double.
Okay. What's the defense's position?
That you take no action, given it has not been filed on, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll just note that in the out on bond case, dealing with the grand theft of a motor vehicle in this new offense from yesterday, allegation is that the car that the defendant allegedly was in was also stolen, although he wasn't charged with that. So I'll take actually what I'm going to do. I'll take no action on the out on bond. I'm going to double the bond on the possession of MDMA to $2,000. And I'll leave the count 2 the same.
All right. Sorry.
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson was a bond.
Jackson was a bond?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Your name, sir?
Daryl Joyner.
Mr. Joyner, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear at a trial management conference last month on March 17th on a charge of trafficking in methamphetamine. Bond is set at none on the capias. Okay. Good luck, sir. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Vincent Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear at a plea hearing back on October 18th of last year.
Yes, sir.
Charges of burglary of a structure and petty theft. And bond is set at none for failing to appear.
Yes, sir.
You're also here today for initial appearance, arrested pursuant to a warrant on a charge of first-degree murder with a weapon, and I'm going to stay the bond in that case also.
Your Honor, just for the court, the state has filed an information. We filed a second-degree murder with a weapon, which is also a life offense, so state's still asking that you set it at 0.
It's, no, you said a second-degree murder with them.
Okay.
Second-degree murder with a weapon, which is life, has been filed in March.
I'll stay the bond at none. Are you asking me to appoint the public defender's office in this case, or are you going to hire an attorney, sir?
I would like to hire an attorney if I have to.
Okay. All right, do you want me to appoint the public defender first, and then in the meantime, if you want to hire an attorney, you can?
I'll get an attorney, a public defender.
Okay, all right. I'll appoint the public defender in both these cases, and you can always hire an attorney, and the attorney can substitute in if that's what you want.
All right, thanks.
All right, good luck.
Good day.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Tavon Levitt.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle with a mask.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. The bond set at $2,500.
All right.
Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, he does qualify for pretrial release, given he has no history. My client is currently unemployed. I would ask for pretrial release in this case.
All right. After reviewing the affidavit, I'll release you on pretrial release. All right. Good luck, sir.
Any conditions, Your Honor?
No contact with the victim.
Okay, thank you.
Leaves the car running with the keys in it. Hops in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Scott James Marshall.
Mr. Marshall, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for possession of methamphetamine. Going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. You're also out on bond from last month for a grand theft. What's the state's position on the out on bond?
Your Honor, given they're non-related, within your discretion, however, given that they are so close in time, a month and a day, state would ask that you revoke.
Your Honor, I ask that you take no action. Today would be a month and a day, and the state has still not filed on these charges, so I'd ask that you take no action, and they're unrelated, Your Honor.
All right, I'll take no action. I'm going to double the bond on the possession to $2,000.
I appreciate you, man. Appreciate it.
Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Craig Miller.
Mr. Miller, you're here for initial appearance. Okay. Arrested for fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement and for a DUI.
Yes,
I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State, do you have a position on bond?
Your Honor, state would just ask for a reasonable bond, given the danger to the community, and I believe the blow of Mr. Miller was over 5 times legal limit. So state would just ask for a reasonable bond, given the dangerous nature of this offense.
And Your Honor, I just ask that you consider he has no criminal history when setting the bond.
No, that was not it.
I don't think you want to say anything, sir. Okay. All right. I'm going to set the bond. See no history. I'm going to set the bond on count 1 at $500, and I'll stay count 2 at $100. I'm going to order you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs while this matter is pending. All right, good luck. Morning. Your name, please?
Deanna Napolitano.
Ma'am, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a capias for aggravated battery causing great bodily harm, petty theft, a simple battery, and another petty theft. Okay. Are you asking me to appoint the Office of Public Defender in this case, or are you going to hire an attorney?
I'm asking to be appointed a public defender, please, Your Honor.
All right. Did you fill out an application?
No, sir, I didn't know.
Are you currently working?
I was, but it wasn't like on the books or anything.
Okay. Approximately off the books, how much were you making a month?
Not enough to sustain myself, to be honest. I was just babysitting.
Okay, babysitting, all right. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Bond on count 1 has been set at $15,000, count 2 at $1,000, counts 3 and 4 at $500 each. Order you to have no contact with the victim, possess no weapons or firearms. Good luck.
Well, on the warrant,
Yeah.
it stated the different counts, but the arresting officer placed them out of order.
Yes, I see that. So on count 1 is the aggravated battery.
Mhm.
Count 2 is the simple battery. So the face sheet's correct. So 15,000, 1,000, the petty thefts are 500 each.
Oh, okay.
Put them out of order. Good morning. Your name, please?
Eshawn Panfield.
You're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for shooting or throwing into an occupied vehicle, aggravated assault with a firearm, discharging a firearm in public. Okay, I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And you're also currently out on release for looks like a false report. All right. What's the state's position on bond on the new case and on the out on bond or out on release?
Your Honor, he is otherwise entitled to a bond on his new case. State's asking you set a reasonable bond, just taking into account the inherent dangerous nature of this offense. I believe a vehicle was struck by the gunfire from Mr. Panfield. In regards to his out on bond, we have filed on it. It is in pretrial diversion as of, I think, December. of 2021, and I don't believe it's completed at this time. Given that he's out on bond for an offense and he picks up a new offense that is violent and dangerous in nature, state would ask that you revoke. If you're not inclined to revoke, state would ask that you at least revoke and double.
Defense?
Your Honor, he has a private attorney for the out on bond. However, I would ask that you consider his limited criminal history. It looks like he only has a resisting without violence, no failures to appear, and he has community ties. He's been here for over a year, so I'd ask that you consider all those factors when setting the bond.
All right. I'm going to, on the new case, count one has already been set at $5,000. I'll stay that. On the aggravated assault with a firearm, I'm going to set that bond at $10,000. Count three, I'll stay the bond at $500. I'm going to order you possess no weapons or firearms, no contact with the victim or any other witnesses or co-defendants in the case. On the false reports misdemeanor you're out on bond on, I'm going to revoke that bond and set it at none. I expect they're going to kick you out of pretrial diversion. You have to contact your attorney if you want to try to get a bond back in that case. Good luck.
Your Honor, Perez Vargas is a refusal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Perez Vargas is a refusal.
A refusal. I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll appoint the public defender, stay the bonds, 1,000 on count one,
I think it's an intent.
150 each on counts 2 and 3, and 100 on count 4.
Which one, the tamper?
The third, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same statute, right? Yeah. That's fine.
20, your name, please?
John
What's your last name, Deshaun?
Poston.
All right, Mr. Poston, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a warrant for sexual battery on a child between the ages of 12 and 17 by a person over 18 or over. Second count, conspiracy to commit sexual battery, and a third count, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Do you want me to appoint the office of the public defender in this case, or are you going to hire an attorney?
So tell me right now.
Public defender.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Do you want me to appoint?
He said a public defender, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll appoint the office of the public defender. State, what's your position on bond?
As to count 1 and 2, Mr. Poston is not entitled to bond, so state would ask that you set him at no bond, paying an Arthur hearing downtown, and set a reasonable bond as to count 3, the contributing.
Okay, defense?
Your Honor, we reserve the right to have the Arthur hearing on counts 1 and 2, and then we just ask that you set a bond on count 3, considering the fact that he has no history.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hold you on no bond pending an Arthur hearing in counts 1 and 2. I'll set bond on count 3 at $1,000. Or do you have no contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case? Good luck, sir.
This year.
Your Honor, Gladys Quillis is behavior.
Behavior?
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, so in that case, I'll stay the bonds, appoint the public defender. Also order no return to the scene.
Your Honor, state would also ask for no contact. There was also a battery.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. All right, no contact with either any victim or witness and no return to the scene. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Reese Leonard Reed.
Mr. Reed, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for false imprisonment, aggravated assault with a firearm, and a battery. I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. State your position on bonds.
Your Honor, state we just asked that you set a reasonable bond. He does have a fairly lengthy criminal history, including drug charges and other violent offenses. And at least the one prior failure to appear, however, it does seem to be several years old, so state we just asked for a reasonable bond with the normal conditions.
And, Your Honor, I just ask that you take into consideration that failure to appear was in 1985, but that my client is also unemployed when setting the bond, and he's been in the area for over a year.
Okay. Okay, I am going to set bond on count one will be stayed at $3,000. The aggravated assault with a firearm, I'm going to set that bond at $5,000. And the battery, we stayed at $500. In order that you have no contact with Brittany Boyer or Peggy Montgomery, pending resolution of this matter. You're to live separately from Brittany Boyer or Peggy Montgomery. So if either one of them lives at that address, that 218 East 11th Street, in Apopka, you're going to have to live somewhere else. You can return there one time with law enforcement escorting you to get your personal belongings. You're not to go back there alone. You're not to have contact with either one of them. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're not to consume any alcohol or illegal drugs.
Your Honor, Peggy Montgomery is his mom.
She's an eyewitness to the case, so here's if you have an issue with that, what you can do is I've appointed you an attorney, and the attorney can file the appropriate motion, and that the judge, goes kind of fast, so you'll be able to have a hearing and have the judge downtown listen to everybody, and then the judge can make that decision. Okay? All right. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Romano bonded.
Bonded, thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Randy Summerlin.
Mr. Summerlin, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear at the Trial Management Conference February 22nd of this year on a charge of possession of methamphetamine. The judge set the bond at none.
Sir?
Secondly, you were arrested yesterday for possession of
I believe it was meth.
crystal meth, okay, methamphetamine. All right, so possession of methamphetamine. Now,
Sir?
hold on. So I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you in both these cases, although you may already have the public defender in the first one.
Your Honor, as to the the possession of the meth, I would ask that you reduce the bond. $10,000.
That's what I was wondering why it was set at 10,000.
State has no objection, Your Honor. I believe the way it was charged.
Yeah.
They came in with that bond. However, it seems to be a simple meth possession.
I'll reduce the bond on the second one to $1,000. Good luck, Mr. Summerlin.
Okay.
Good luck. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Javante Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. Okay. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. The bond is set at $1,000. All right, good luck.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good morning, council. Can you hear me? Hi, how are you? Well, nice to see you. Happy Saturday.
What happened? Like, you guys go away for the weekend and come back and
Not my weekend. Shh, my mic's up. I see the man with the
we see
earbud.
the PD. The PD's moving around. We see him.
Public Defender's Office, can you hear me? No.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, wait, let me see. So it's on right now, so you can't hear us. You can't hear me talking.
Hi, good morning.
I can hear you.
Here we go.
All right. Osceola, you ready to start?
Okay, I can't hear her. I can't hear the judge.
Can you hear me, Osceola?
I can't hear the judge. You can hear us, but we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay, Judge, speak to you.
Good morning, can you hear me okay?
All right.
Good morning, Judge.
I can hear you.
All right, thank you.
So I
That'll-
think,
All right. If you're to call the name, you want me to call the name? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call your name. Has everybody been sworn? That's Raymond's. Public defender and state appearances, please.
yeah, my name's Javier Chavez.
We can't turn it down,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah, my name's Javier Chavez. I'm an attorney with the Public Defender's Office.
Thank you. An appearance from the state. And
Black on behalf of the state.
I'm Judge Bigney. I'm going to go ahead and start your first appearances. When I call your name, please step forward. Raquel Baez. Raquel Baez Colon. Good morning. You're here for a charge of no motor vehicle registration and attached tagging on a sign. State, does she have priors?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm Officer Dunkirk with PTR. Ms. Baez has previously bonded. We were going to remove her from the room.
All right, thank you. All right, you've bonded, you'll be released, and I do find probable cause for the record.
One more, hold on one second. Judge, the COs are asking if we could possibly take, let me see here, Mr. Juvenile Figueroa. He was a reset from yesterday.
What's the name?
It should be the last name on the docket.
Got it. So that's Figueroa John Vanel?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'll take that defendant out of order.
Thank you, Judge. And then after that, the judge, it's very important that they ask for another one so we can actually have Yasmin Carlson on deck after.
Got it. Will do.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, where is Jonavel Figueroa? Mr. Figueroa, how old are you?
20.
How old? Your age?
20.
Did he say 20? All right, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender to help you with your case. You're here for a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It is domestic in nature. I do find probable cause. You are entitled to a monetary bond in this matter. I'll set your bond at $2,500. I'm ordering no contact with the victim and possess no weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. How do you know Gafat? Do you live with him?
No.
The victim in the case?
Yes, I do.
Public defender?
Yes, Judge, they live together.
All right.
Yes, Judge, they live together.
Thank you. No return to the property. I'll allow one-time return as long as you are accompanied by an officer to collect some belongings, and no contact with the victim. Thank you, sir.
Judge, he has two cases.
He has 2 cases, Judge. Did you call both?
Thank you, PD. On record on Osceola 19 CF 1661. On that case, you're also here for a charge of aggravated assault with a weapon. The bond was previously set at $2,500. Possess no weapons. Wait. And no contact with the victim, no return to the scene. Thank you, sir. The next person I'm addressing is Yasmin Carlson.
So am I standing here? Am I standing right here?
Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, please.
I'll appoint the public defender. Are you Ms. Carlson?
Yes, I'm Miss Carlson.
You're here for one charge of battery on a law enforcement officer, threat to do bodily harm to a law enforcement officer, disorderly intoxication, resisting officer with violence, resisting officer without violence, and battery on a law enforcement officer. I find probable cause for all these charges. I'm ordering that you not possess any weapons. If you own any, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from Orange County Jail. I'm also ordering, Osceola County Jail. No return to the scene of the crime. You're not to possess, and you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or any alcohol. Does the state have any objection to me doing subsidiary bonds?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, on the battery misdemeanor, modify that bond to 100. On the battery on a law enforcement officer, stay that bond. Count 2, $100. Count 4, $100. The resisting officer with violence, $150. The bat Leo, $150. And the final count is also going to be $150. Threat is $100. Thank you. The next person I'm addressing is Enrique Camacho Rodriguez. Mr. Camacho Rodriguez, you're here because you failed to appear for a court date. You're being held at no bond status. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yep.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. You'll remain at no bond status. Good luck to you, sir. The next person is Stephen Daniel Coleman.
He bonded, Judge.
Thank you. The next person is Wilson Feliciano Figueroa. Wilson Feliciano Figueroa.
Judge, I believe he needs a Spanish interpreter.
Okay, I'll put on the Spanish interpreter docket.
Your Honor, good morning. The interpreter is on the line.
All right, thank you. Sir, are you Wilson Feliciano Figueroa?
Señor, ¿es usted Wilson Feliciano Figueroa?
Do you speak English or Spanish?
No, Hispanic.
You speak Spanish?
Yes.
They're speaking to you in Spanish.
Okay.
Does he need an interpreter or not?
Yes, Judge.
All right, do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Señor, ¿desea usted un defensor público para que le asista con su caso?
All right, based on English speak.
It appears as though he's hard of hearing as well, Judge. It's really loud over on this side. I don't know why he's not being able to understand.
Okay, so there might be a medical basis. Corrections, what's the recommendation on his release? Is he PTR eligible?
Yeah, he is PTR eligible, Judge. He's got prior trespass and 2 FTAs. His last conviction was in 2018.
I'll do
For
PTR.
trespassing.
Okay. I'm appointing a public defender based on your English being a second language. You're here for a charge of trespass. I find probable cause. I'll modify your bond to $100 or PTR, your choice, and no return to Circle K.
Judge, he does qualify. Can we just put him as a direct?
Yes,
with
ma'am.
no return as a
That's fine, correct. I'll do PTR.
Señor Feliciano.
He's hard of hearing.
¿Usted califica?
I have a Spanish. Feliciano?
Yes.
Who's the next one?
Can you hear him?
What's going on?
I didn't know if the interpreter wanted to try.
I'm fine with repeating. I jotted everything down.
Go for it.
Señor Feliciano, la juez le está asignando un defensor público para que le asista en su caso. Le van a permitir salir bajo, con libertad previa a juicio. No tendrá que pagar fianza monetaria. Se le prohíbe a usted regresar al Circle K debido a que la acusación es intrusión ilícita. Así es que, por favor, no regrese al Circle K.
Thank you.
Gracias.
The next person is William Flores Figueroa.
Judge, I don't think he's available. I think he's still detoxing, so can we reset this for tomorrow?
Yes, reset to tomorrow, temporarily appoint the public defender in his case. Thank you, sir. The next person is Adele Deborah Fisher. Adele Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Fisher. Would you like a public defender to help you with your case?
Good morning. I guess so. I have a lawyer, but I guess I,
You have a lawyer?
yeah.
I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You're here for pursuant to an arrest warrant for a violation of probation on the underlying charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll enter denials in your matter, and you'll remain at no bond status, ma'am.
Okay.
The next person is Cesar Manuel Flores Aguilera. Sir, you're here for a charge of battery. It is domestic violent in nature. Is the victim present or any contact with the victim?
We made contact with the victim, Judge, and she requested no contact. And also, Mr. Flores only has one prior that was null prost in the state of Florida, battery with the same victim.
All right, thank you.
He has no convictions.
Sir, would you like a lawyer to help you with your domestic violence case?
I would.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I'll appoint a
Yes,
public...
ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You are entitled to a monetary bond. Sir, I'm setting your bond at $1,000. You're to have no contact with the victim, Laritza Hernandez Cordova. You cannot contact her even for the purposes of the child. You cannot go back to where she lives or works. You're also ordered to surrender any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from Orange County Jail. Osceola County Jail. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next person is Pablo Jose Franco. Mr. Franco, do you have a public defender or an attorney helping you with your case?
No, ma'am.
Would you like a public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to help you. Sir, you're here on a warrant, a capias. You missed your court date to address a case number 17 CT 3551. You do have a bond. That bond is $2,999, sir. The public defender's office will help you with your case. Thank you, sir. The next person is Nelson Luis Jerez Martinez.
Judge, he's not present. I think there was a mental health issue. Can we reset this for tomorrow?
Yes, I'll go ahead and reset to tomorrow, temporarily appoint the public defender, and stay the bond. I do find probable cause for the record.
Judge, I'm Officer Dunkirk. I'm with pretrial release. Mr. Jerez Martinez has no convictions. There is a mental health hold for him, and we're recommending ROR so he can be Baker acted.
All right. State any objection? No objection, Your Honor. I'll put him on ROR, abide by all trespass orders, no return to the scene of the crime.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The next person is Andre Dwedham.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you're here for a charge of reckless driving. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to help you with this charge. I find probable cause. Corrections, does he have any history?
Judge, he has a possession of paraphernalia in Orange County, which was a withhold. He has juvenile history, and he meets the criteria of PTR.
All right, I'm going to put you on pretrial release, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jedwa. I'll appoint the public defender. The next person I'm addressing is Stephen Molero Rosario.
Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Also, Judge, I don't think he's going to be here. I think we're going to have to reset this for tomorrow.
All right, for the record, I do find probable cause for strong armed robbery. I'm staying the bond for $5,000. We'll readdress tomorrow. The next person is Jacob Elia Munoz.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Would you like a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, Judge.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender to help you with your case. Sir, you're here for a charge of assault. I find probable cause. I'll stay the bond at $250. I also find probable cause for resisting an officer without violence and trespass. On both of those counts, I'm reducing the bond to $100. You're to have no contact with the victim, no return to the scene of the crime, and you're not to possess any weapons, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're
Judge,
welcome.
he does not have any prior history arrest.
All right, on the assault,
no
I
criminal
want
history.
I'll stay the bond on, as I listed. Thank you,
Okay,
corrections.
thank you, Judge.
250, 100, 100. The next person is Brenda Fabiola Oliveira. Ma'am, do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, and I need an interpreter, please.
We need a Spanish interpreter for her, Judge.
Madam Interpreter, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, and can you interpret, ask her if she wants a public defender?
Señora, ¿usted desea los servicios de un defensor público?
Sí, gracias.
Yes, thank you.
I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. Ma'am, you're here for a
Yes.
charge of battery domestic violence. Corrections, have you had contact with the victim, Mr. Rodrigo?
Yes, he requests contact, and he said that he would go to Orange County to attend the hearing. And Ms. Olvera has no prior history.
What time was he noticed to be here? Anybody know?
We spoke to him this morning, Judge. My apologies, I don't know the time.
What time or what?
Corrections, do you know what time he was told to be at Orange County so I can take his testimony?
No, Judge, I don't.
Okay, I'm going to put it at the end of the Osceola docket. If he comes in, I'll readdress it.
Señora Olvera, usted se le acusa de agresión física como violencia doméstica. Se le asigna al defensor público para que la represente. La víctima en este caso fue el señor Rodrigo. Él dijo que él desea tener contacto con usted y deseaba estar presente para la audiencia esta mañana. Nadie está seguro si le dijeron la hora. Él iba a venir al tribunal del condado Orange. Van a volver a llamar su caso al final a ver si le da tiempo a él de llegar.
Ok, él me dijo que a las 10 de la mañana porque
I'll
llamé
recall
para
your case,
preguntar
ma'am.
ayer.
Llamarán su caso de nuevo más adelante, señora.
Thank you.
public defender in Orange County. If there are any PC challenges or issues, go ahead and write them on a sticky note, so when I go through the docket, I'll have them ready to go. Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge, we were just informed that he was advised at 10:30.
Okay, well, I'll readdress it in just a moment.
He can physically be there.
Christopher Palancio Perez.
They don't let him up. They don't let him upstairs. They hold him downstairs, like they hold him all together. Then after we're done, they'll do the
Morning, Your
DD
Honor.
docket.
Good morning, sir. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
I actually had a public defender for this case.
All right, well, they'll continue to stay on your case. You're here for a warrant out of another county, and you'll be held at no bond status for charges of possession of a controlled substance, possession of cannabis, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. You'll be transported back to Orange County, and you'll have a first appearance here. Thank you, sir. The next person is Michael Sigfred Quiones. Good morning, Mr. Quiones. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case if you don't have a lawyer already?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, counsel,
Yes,
do you know?
ma'am.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender to help you. You missed your pretrial conference to address a false information to law enforcement officer case, as well as a driving with license suspended. I'll stay the bond. Your total bond is $10,149, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you address both cases, Judge?
May I see it? Thank you, counsel. Recall on Michael Sigfred Quinones. Sir, I'm sorry, I did leave out a charge. You're also here for a second case. That's 19 CF 1461, fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer, count 1, as well as driving with license suspended with knowledge. I do find probable cause. I'll also appoint a public defender on that case. Based on your history, your other open case, on count 1, the fleeing and attempting to elude, I'm setting a bond of $7,500. On the driving with license suspended, I'll set that bond at $100. Your new bond on this case is $7,600, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The next person I'm addressing is Veronica Rodriguez Ramos. Good morning, Your Honor. Case number 19 CF 1664. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint them. You're here for a charge of fraudulent use of a credit card more than 2 times, grand theft, and theft of a credit card with intent to use. Probable cause has been found. I'm ordering no return to any of the merchants, no contact with any victims, and I'll go ahead and stay the bond at $700.
Judge, Ms. Rodriguez is also out on Osceola County probation for a DUI in case number 18 CT 2616.
What was the date of that VOP start? Do you know?
Let me see, just one moment.
Is there a 5-day hold on her?
Not at this moment, Judge. If you do an on-view, there will be a 5-day hold on her.
Okay, but what's the date she was placed on probation?
August of last year.
All right, I'll go ahead and treat that as an on, yeah, based on that date, I'll treat it as an on-view and hold her at no bond status. And what's that case number,
Thank you,
ma'am?
Judge. 18 CT 2616, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, can the public defender be appointed on both cases?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
The next person is Tanya Claudette Ruby. Tanya Claudette Rudy.
Judge, I don't think they brought her here, so can we reset it for tomorrow?
Yes, I do find probable cause in the interim. I'll stay the bond. Let me do a recall on Brenda Fabiola Olvera. Spanish interpreters needed. Ma'am, we have not heard from your husband.
Señora, no hemos sabido nada de su esposo.
You are entitled to a bond. Your bond will be $1,000.
Usted tiene el derecho a...
Go ahead.
Usted tiene el derecho a fianza. Su fianza será fijada en $1,000.
You're not to possess any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail.
Se le prohíbe tener arma alguna. Si usted tiene algunas armas, tendrá que entregarlas dentro de 6 horas de ser puesta en libertad.
You're to have no contact with Rodrigo Coronado, and you need to live separately.
Se le prohíbe tener contacto con Rodrigo Coronado y usted deberá vivir aparte de él.
I'll allow you to return to the marital home just one time as long as you're accompanied by a police officer.
Le voy a permitir regresar a la vivienda solamente una vez a la residencia marital para recobrar sus efectos personales, pero deberá hacerlo acompañado de un oficial de la ley.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
But my baby. Excuse me, mi bebé, ¿me lo puedo llevar?
What about my baby? Can I take the baby with me?
Ma'am, you'll need to talk to your attorney to give you advice, but you're to have no contact with your husband. Not even for purposes of the child.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat that for the... A usted se le prohíbe tener contacto con su esposo, no puede tener contacto con él tan siquiera para hablar sobre el niño.
But I keep it the baby or no? I keep it the baby or no?
I can't give you any legal advice. No, we're looking for a man.
No le puedo dar consejo legal alguno, señora.
Thank you, ma'am.
But what are you doing?
Gracias, señora.
The next person is Chris Santana Rosario.
He also wasn't brought over, Judge. Can we reset it for tomorrow?
Yes, I'll reset for tomorrow. I do find probable cause in this matter. And he'll remain at, and I'll also readdress the criminal mischief that he's out on bond on tomorrow. The next person is Alexandra Torres Santiago. Alexandra Torres Santiago.
She's coming,
Corrections, does Miss Santiago have any priors, and is she?
She needs an interpreter, Judge, and she has no criminal history whatsoever. This is her first.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and use the interpreter. Bam, you're here for a charge of battery.
Señora, usted está aquí acusada de agresión física.
Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
¿Usted desea un defensor público para que le asista con su caso?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
I'll appoint a public defender. At this time, I
Le
find
asignaré el defensor público.
probable cause for the charge. I'm setting your bond at $500. No contact with Eric Danielle Dominguez. Maintain a separate residence. I'll allow for a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer and you're not to possess any weapons. Weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. And you're not to possess, use, or consume any alcohol or any illegal drugs.
Señora, encuentro un motivo fundado por la acusación de agresión física. Le voy a fijar su fianza en $500. Se le prohíbe tener contacto con Eric Daniel Domínguez. Deberá usted mantener vivir aparte en una residencia por separado. Le permitirá regresar a la vivienda solamente una vez acompañada con un oficial de la ley. Se le prohíbe usted tener arma alguna. Si usted tiene armas, usted deberá entregarlas dentro de 6 horas de ser puesta en libertad. Se le prohíbe utilizar alcohol o drogas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora. Thank you.
State and corrections, can you let me know who's out there and what case they're on? The next person I'm addressing is Nairi Tucker.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Do you need a public defender to help you with any of your cases?
Yes, ma'am. This is
Is that a yes?
Yeah,
Do you want,
it is.
okay. Sir,
I said yes, this one.
all right, I'll go ahead and
Yes,
appoint a
ma'am.
public defender. Corrections, is there a 5-day hold on him because he's a violent felony offender?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I'll go ahead and stay the 5-day hold. There is a 5-day hold based on your release status here in Orange County. I do find probable cause for the possession of controlled substance, to wit heroin. Hold on a second. Possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of marijuana. I'm staying the bond on count 1. On count 2 and 3, I'll modify those bonds to $100 apiece. Your bond has been reset to $2,700. Looks like you want to say something, sir. You do have an attorney, and all of your statements are being recorded. Why don't you confer with him? The man to your right. All right, thank you, sir.
Judge, he has 2 cases. Apparently the officer did an on-view violation for the case that he is out in Orange County for.
Okay, can you put the case number on record?
It's a charging affidavit, Judge. It's case number 15 CF 14211.
All right, and that's the case that I addressed because of the violent felony offender status. I'll hold him at no bond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Bottom line is have her address both cases. Like, that's what I would prefer.
The next person I'm addressing is Karad Young.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Young, do you want a public defender to help you with your charge of driving with license suspended with knowledge?
No, thank you.
Did he say no, thank you?
You don't want to.
I have a lawyer.
He has an attorney, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, on that case, I'm going to stay the bond. I find probable cause, stay that bond at $500. Sir, you're also already out on bond in case number 18MM4176 for cannabis and possession of drug paraphernalia. In that matter, I will revoke your release and hold you at no bond status. You're also out on bond on felony case number 19 CF 547 for burglary of a vehicle and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Because of your no bond status, I'm going to hold you at no bond on that too. Thank you, sir. Let your attorney know you're in jail. The next person is Jose Manuel Nazario. Good morning, Mr. Nazario. You're here for a violation of community control. I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You're being held at no bond status, sir. The underlying offense is possession of a controlled substance. Good luck to you, sir. Yes. The next person is Nikki Schatzberg. Good morning, Ms. Schatzberg. Probable cause has been found for 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. Would you like a public defender to help you with that case?
I have one.
What did she say?
Say yes, so you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Judge, go ahead
All
and appoint a public defender.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and put the public defender on the case. I'll stay those bonds. That bond total is $2,300. I believe you're also,
I have my bond, I have felony fraud, so they.
all right, you may not want to say anything else. All of your statements are being recorded. Corrections, is she in on something else?
Yes, Judge, she is currently in custody on burglary, case number 19 CF 1154, and it was amended to a trespass. I do not have that number, that case number with me.
But it has been filed upon?
I have to check our clerk of court only because of the fact that.
If it was filed as a trespass.
Time served on it.
She could,
I'm sorry, Judge?
so is that case closed or open? I'll take no action on it then. I'll just stay the bonds that I put on record. Thank you.
How much is the bond?
All right, that concludes Osceola County. Thank you, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
So let's take a brief recess. First, and then what? Oh, I'm sorry, Spanish first. Just 2, and who's the victim or the witness?
It's on the James Aline case, Judge.
Who is it on?
The James Aline case, her name is Carla Saldana.
And is that your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll try to work them in as soon as we can.
No problem, Judge.
All right, corrections, let me know when you're ready, or do you need a break? I missed my balance ball, I can't sit. Pardon me? They're gonna work them in as soon as they can, Mr. Brown. On weekends, we only have part staff, so. Okay. What's your client's name, Mr. Bro?
P-H-I-P-P-S.
Is it a felony or misdemeanor? Okay.
I'm challenging PC.
All right. Let the state know.
I thought there.
Thank you. Do I do this interpreter? Is this how I do my interpreter here? I don't do that, or they come in? What?
I don't know what names they were saying.
I don't know either. Phipps was one of them. Oh, Madam Interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me give you a minute. Okay, thank you. Let me know when I can hear. I can't hear you whispering. I know. Okay, you let me know when we're ready on the Spanish interpreter. What do I press? No?
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Have you been sworn in?
I have not, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear to interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do. Astrid Rodriguez, certified interpreter.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Sorry about that.
No worries, Your Honor.
Appearance for the state in the Public Defender's Office.
Albright on behalf of the Public Defender's Office.
Thank you, Ms. Albright.
Marie Bias Black on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Sir, please tell me your name.
Miguel González Velázquez.
Miguel González Velázquez.
Sir, do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender to help you. I find probable cause for a charge of driving with license suspended. As a habitual traffic offender, I'm going to stay the bond as listed at $2,500, sir. Good luck to you. Sir, what is your name?
Andy Soto.
Mr. Silva, you're here for...
Andy.
Sí.
You're here for a violation of probation. The underlying offense is driving under the influence. You're being held at no bond status. You'll remain at no bond status. I'll enter denials. Sir, do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
I'll appoint the public defender. Good luck to you, sir. I believe that's it for the interpreters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, your name, please?
Jesse Phipps.
Come on, Mr. Phipps. Give me a moment to find his paperwork. Felony. Can you look in this back half of the stack? Phipps with a P, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The one before him was Pavlov, bonded, was another one of my clients.
That's- Thank you. All right, Mr. Phipps, good morning. You're represented by counsel. Counsel appearances for the record.
Michael Brown on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
Sir, you were arrested for burglary with unoccupied dwelling, criminal mischief, trespass on property after warning, as well as grand theft. Defense counsel, it's my understanding you're objecting to probable cause as to which count?
As to the felonies.
I'm sorry, what did you
As
say?
to the two felonies.
Just the felonies?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the basis for your objection?
Judge, I don't think he intended to break in to a curtilage with an intent to commit a crime. I don't see where anything was stolen either for grand theft. Or I challenge the value as to that as well. It's a best of trespass.
Depriving use of the camera. Okay, or at least deactivating it. Defense, I'm going to overrule your objection on this. Corrections, do you have a face sheet for him? I know it's in here, but it's out. Can I borrow? Thank you. So I do find that there's probable cause for the burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, criminal mischief, and trespass on property, as well as grand theft. So I'm overruling your objection. He does not qualify for pretrial release, and he is of above average risk. He doesn't have a lot of, state what's your position on bonds, stay 'em? Or
Your Honor, the state will be asking for the bonds to be stayed.
defense, do you want me to do subsidiary bonds?
I'd ask to reduce bonds, Your Honor, here.
Okay, so on count 1, stay the bond at $5,000. On count 2, 100, count 3, 100, and count 4, 150. Sir, you need to abide by all trespass orders. You're to have no contact with the victim and no return to the scene of the crime.
So we're at 5,350 now?
5,350.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you have anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your patience this morning. Thank you, Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, I was here on Pavlov, but he bonded,
Okay,
so when you get to that, thank you.
thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Good
Have a
luck.
good weekend,
Have a good day. Counsel, what case are you here on?
Good morning, Judge. James Aleem, he's approaching the podium. Daryl Smith for the record.
Is it a felony charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't. What did you say? James Ali. I'll give this to you just so you can- All right, on record on felony case number 19 CF 6784. Sir, you were arrested for a charge of battery by strangulation, domestic violence, as well as battery, and I do find probable cause you are entitled to monetary bonds. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Ma'am, how do you know Mr. Ali?
We known each other since high school.
And are you in a relationship with him?
We're married. We've been married for 2 years.
And were you living together at the time of this offense?
Yes.
Are you afraid of Mr. Ali?
No.
Would you like him to return home?
Yes.
Do you want to have contact with him?
Yes.
Were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of this?
No.
All right, State, any questions for the witness?
If any situation would ever occur again, will you call 911?
Yes, I will. Can I say something?
Ma'am, all of your statements are being recorded and can be used against you. I can't make a decision on whether or not to drop the case. Counsel, do you have any questions for your witness?
Ms. Aldana, have you done a declination in this case?
Yes, I have done a declination.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, so sir, you are entitled to monetary bond. Based on the facts of this case, on count 1, I'm setting your bond at $2,000. On count 2, I'll do $100. Your total bond is $2,100. You do have conditions. You're to have no hostile contact with the victim, your wife, and you're not to possess any weapons, Mr. Aline. If you do own any weapons, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, ma'am, do you have any questions for me before we end his case this morning?
No, I do not.
All right, good luck to you, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Sir, what's your name? Back on the PD's docket. Case number 13MM487. Sir, you qualify for the public defender. I'm going to appoint them to represent you in this case. You're here for a violation of probation. You're being held at no bond status, so I'll enter denials in this matter. Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Next person is Michael Carroll.
Yeah.
Mr. Carroll, good morning. You're here for a charge of battery domestic violence. Do you plan to hire your own attorney, represent yourself, or do you want a public defender?
No, I'll just do it myself.
Okay. Case number 19MM3975. Sir, I do find probable cause for this offense. Ma'am, your name, please?
Linda Gray.
Ms. Gray, go ahead and raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Miss Gray, how do you know Michael?
he's my son.
Are you afraid of your son?
When he's on his medication, no, but he is not he's not compliant with his meds currently.
Okay. Was
And-
he living with you at the time?
Yes, I am his legal conservator. He's a resident of the state of Connecticut, and I have a probate court order. It's similar to like the Florida permanent guardianship, I guess. But I have this for you if you need a copy of it.
Okay. Do you want him to return home?
No, he needs to go back to a mental health hospital for reevaluation and forced medication compliance.
All right.
I brought all his medications with me. They're in my car. They told me to leave them there.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Sir, do you understand why you're here?
Yeah, she's giving me pills that I don't need, and she was insulting me for like at least 5-6 times
All
a day
right.
for the past year, and I finally snapped at her.
So there's a public defender. That's a lawyer who can help you with your case. How about I let them help you with your case? Would you like that?
That's fine.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. What are your thoughts on doing mental health pretrial release if he qualifies with a no contact order with you?
He
If
has
they-
nowhere else to go.
Well, if they
He
find
has-
him a bed at a treatment place, they could put him in there.
Would he be able to go straight from here to?
If he qualifies, it's going to take about 5 days, 3 to 5 days to see if he qualifies.
What is
So
this?
what happens between that period?
He's going to stay in here while everybody works on a place for him to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Can he's been diagnosed medically as autistic and schizophrenic. I don't know if I said that already.
So
But-
there's some competency issues too?
Oh, that's why I'm his conservator. He absolutely should have a lawyer now.
Okay.
I have plenty of medical records to prove everything.
Okay, so he's going to have an attorney who will help him with his case.
Okay, good.
And I understand that you don't want to have contact. So I'm going to do mental health pretrial release if he qualifies. Counsel, if he doesn't, I'm going to give him a $1,000 bond just in case your office can file any motions. You're not to contact your mom.
Okay,
You're not to have any weapons.
okay,
You need to live somewhere else where your mom's not living.
okay.
And you need to take any prescription medications and see the doctor, okay?
Okay, you can tell her to get the money out of the bank that's mine, that's in her bank account.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Your attorneys will help you with your case. Good luck to you, sir. Good, thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand. He's going to be held here until there's a place for him at a facility?
If they don't find a place in a facility, he's entitled to a monetary bond or some terms of release. So if they can't put him there and he can't bond out, they'll reset his case for a hearing in front of a judge.
Because
ma'am.
he's so sick, what will happen is he'll go and hide in the woods like he.
Okay.
And
Somebody needs to bond him out, or somebody needs to release him.
so if I don't do that, then that means he stays here until he gets to go to a
I
hospital?
can't give you any legal advice, but he does have an attorney who represents him during the criminal
I'm his
proceeding.
mom, so I'm worried about his safety.
I understand that too. I'm a
And
mom.
mine,
I
clearly.
understand that. So I did no contact. I did mental health pretrial release. Hopefully they'll find him a bed.
Okay, because I am responsible, according to Connecticut, I'm still responsible for him.
All right.
So I
No-
need to know where he is and,
Okay, well,
Okay.
you can check the Orange County Jail inmate system to see if he's been transferred over.
does anybody here need this probate paperwork from Connecticut?
He will have an attorney, Ms. Gray, his attorney to establish competency can reach out to you, okay?
Okay, so I'll go to that?
You can do that, I can't, all
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Sir, what's your name?
Willie Griffin.
Mr. Griffin, you're here for a charge of possession of a weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon. You qualify for a public defender. They'll help you with this case. I find probable cause for that and the resisting officer without violence. I'll go ahead and stay the bonds. You're not to possess any weapons. All weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. Total bond is $4,150, sir. Good luck to you.
All right.
Are you Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Miller. You're here in case number 19 CF 6806. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with this case. I find probable cause for the offense of petty theft with 2 or more convictions. Because this is an add-on charge, I'm going to set your bond as a subsidiary at $150. No return to the scene of the crime, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The next person is Daquan White. Are you Mr. White?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. White, you're here in case number 19 CF 6779 for a charge of robbery with a firearm. I find probable cause as well as proof evident presumption great. You're being held at no bond status. You're also on probation. I'll consider all that and I'll appoint a public defender. You're to have no weapons and no contact with any victims or witnesses. Thank you, Mr. White. Sir, what's your name?
My name is Ty Williams.
Mr. Williams, you're here for a charge of burglary of a dwelling as well as petty theft. I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender in case number 19 CF 676, as well as case number 19 MM 3961 for voyeurism. Defense counsel, did you want to be heard on both of these cases?
Yes, Judge, with regard to 19 CF 6776, the count of petty theft, Your Honor, I don't believe there's probable cause for that charge. Per the arrest affidavit, it seemed that the use of a chair in furtherance of the voyeurism was the alleged theft. It didn't seem to amount to a theft at all. There was no taking of the chair.
I agree with that.
It just seemed like an odd charge.
Do you want me to just, I found PC to, I can find PC to everything else and treat the voyeurism as a subsidiary. State any objection?
Your Honor, the state would add to the record that the share used for the voyeurism was the neighbor's share, Luis Rosario Ferrer, and the defendant did temporarily deprive him of the property in furtherance of the voyeurism.
Hold on, let me reread this. All right, defense counsel, I'm going to overrule your objection. I do find probable cause for all charges, the burglary, petty theft, and the voyeurism. I'll modify the bond on the voyeurism to $250, treating it as a subsidiary. I'm ordering that you have no return to the scene of the crime, that you have no contact with any witnesses, and that you not possess any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail, sir. Give me just a moment to find one of your other cases as well. Corrections, is he out on bond in 19 MM 3643?
Yes.
What was the date of his bonding out? Anybody know? Thank you. $213. All right, sir, based on the fact that you're out on bond, and has the state made a filing decision on that? Is charges pending?
It counts, yes.
Okay. Sir, based on does he already have a PD?
Yes.
So based on the fact that you're already out on bond and these offenses are somewhat similar, I'll go ahead and revoke your release, hold you at no bond status in 19 MM 3643. Your attorneys can further assist you. Alfonso Hernando. Sir, you're here for a charge of possession of and consumption of alcohol in a public place. I'll release you ROR, or I can go ahead and do an adjudication time-served offer on this case. Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case? Do you need a lawyer? No? How do you plead to the charge of possession of alcohol in a public place? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty, sir? I can't hear you. And if you were on probation when you committed this offense, do you understand that by pleading today, you would be subject to a violation of probation? Do you understand that, sir? All right. Are you still hungover? Are you still feeling the effects of any alcohol or drugs? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to reset you to tomorrow, or ROR you. I'll just ROR him straight up. I do find probable cause. After he detoxes and ROR. Torrenta Foster. All right, yesterday he was mental health. I do want to find that probable cause has previously been found. I'll stay the bond at $100 on 47458. And on 457, the trespass, I'll stay that bond as well. The public defender's office was temporarily appointed, so we'll take it off docket. Justin Noonchester.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here in case number 19MO901 for lying on a sidewalk. The offer on this case is a time-served offer or a $100 bond. Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case?
No, ma'am.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of lying on a sidewalk in downtown?
Guilty.
And do you understand that if you were on probation yesterday when you committed this offense, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge. Do you understand that too?
Yes, ma'am.
And, sir, did you read that plea form today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed it in court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any time to talk to a lawyer?
No, ma'am.
All right, at this time, I'll accept your plea of guilty. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to time served. I'll give you until June 1st of 2020 to pay your court costs, Mr. Noonchester. You have 30 days to appeal. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, me too.
The next person is Kelly Welch, 19MM 3985. Good morning. Are you Mr. Welch?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Welch, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender, sir. I find probable cause for this charge of trespass. I'll reduce your bond to $250 in this matter. Abide by all trespass orders. Any objection to a 3-day offer of state?
No objection to a 3-day offer.
3-day offer, he'll be released tomorrow, or maybe even today. Today.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, he'd like to plead guilty.
All right, sir, how do you plead to the charge of trespass? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
Do you understand that if you were on probation when you committed this offense, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you also understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, did you read this plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your signature down here?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services of your lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Corrections, can you have counsel sign that? At this time, I'll accept your plea of guilty. You're hereby adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 3 days with credit for 2. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2020, that's over a year, and abide by all trespass orders. You have 30 days to appeal. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. Sir, what's your name?
My name is Michael Irabai.
Mr. Ergabai, you're here for a state misdemeanor violation. The charge to wit is paraphernalia. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Strike that. Similar to charges of resisting officer without violence because you didn't obey their commands, I find probable cause. Sir, if you would like to resolve the case, the offer with or without an attorney is an adjudication, 4 days in the county jail with credit for 2 days' time served. Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case?
I do not.
Okay, how do you plead to the charge of resisting officer without violence? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
I did not resist an officer.
All right, so I'll go, do you have any mental health problems?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and enter a plea of not guilty in this case, but based on your lack of ties to the community, I'm going to set your bond at $100. Okay, sir?
I do not have finances to pay the bonds at the moment.
Okay, sir. So I'll do PTR if you qualify or bond of $100. So I did reduce it by 150. Okay, sir? Are you sure you don't want a lawyer to help you with your case?
I mean, like I said, I did not resist an officer, and I see no reason why I should.
Okay. I'm going to set his case for a determination of counsel on Tuesday if he's still in jail. Thank you.
And Your Honor, he previously did not qualify. He has no community ties. He's only been here about 2 weeks.
Okay, so
He
his bond is
advised.
100. We'll do a DSC on Tuesday, as I
Okay.
said. Thank you. Derek Hernandez Gonzalez. Sir, you're here for a charge of trespass in a structure, refusal to leave. I do find probable cause for this offense. If you would like to resolve the case, the offer is a withhold, time served, no return. Otherwise, I would stay the bond. Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case?
If that is gonna have a damage in my record, yes.
Okay.
But
You need to step back and fill out an application.
all right, and I have mental health issues.
Okay, so fill out an application for the public defender. Actually, let me just ask him questions. Sir, do you work?
No, I'm homeless
Do you
since
have-
1 month.
Okay,
and,
do you have any source of income? Of money?
Yes.
How much do you get and when?
700
How often do you get that?
every month.
Is that disability?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go ahead and find you, the clerk's office finds you qualify for the services of the public defender. I'll appoint them to help you in this case. I'll modify the bond to $100 or mental health PTR if he qualifies. Thank you, sir. 100 or mental health PTR. Sir, what's your name?
Charles Godwin.
Mr. Godwin, you're here for a violation of probation. You're being held on no bond status. I'll appoint, you do not qualify for a public defender. Let me just double check on that, though. How much do you earn every 2 weeks after taxes? What's your actual take home?
Like 900.
Does 900, do you support anybody?
My mother.
Does she work?
Yes.
900 with no dependents every 2 weeks? Does he qualify? Okay, so based on that testimony, you do qualify for the public defender. They'll help you with your violation of probation. You're being held on no bond status. Counsel enter denials?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, counsel. Crystal Pascal is next. 17 CT 6156. Ms. Pascal, I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your violation of probation. While on probation, it's alleged that you committed an act of dating violence. I'll enter denial, and you'll remain at no bond status, ma'am. The PD's office will help you. All right, ma'am, your name, please?
Danielle Delecia.
Ms. DeLacia, you're here for a charge. You qualify for the Public Defender Services in case number 19 CF 6837. I find probable cause for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts. Grand theft, 3rd degree, battery, dating violence, battery, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and possession of alprazolam. I find no probable cause to the possession of amphetamines with intent to sell or deliver. I do find probable cause for a lesser included offense of possession of amphetamines, however. State defense, any further objection to that?
No, Your Honor, that was my objection.
Your Honor, the state would be asking for 24 hours to request a supplemental report from the officer.
Okay, I'm going to deny that request at this time. He is entitled to a monetary bond. She is entitled to a monetary bond. Do you want me to follow bond schedule or any other considerations, state?
Your Honor, because of the severity of the charges, the state would ask for the no bond to be stayed.
And the basis for that, are you going to do a motion for pretrial detention? Because none of these are punishable by life offenses, which is the standard to hold somebody at no bond.
Your Honor, at this time, no.
Okay. And is the victim present? Troy Manning? All right. I'll go ahead and proceed. On the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and because there are multiple victims, I'm going to treat each with their own primary bond. On count 1, set bond at $2,500. On count 2, $2,500. Grand theft, $150. Battery, $100. Battery, $100. Aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, $150. Possession of alprazolam, $150. And possession of amphetamines, a lesser included, $150. Ms. DeLazio, you're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses, to include Willie Celestine and Troy Manning. You're not permitted to possess any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. Do you live with them?
I lived with, well, I call him Mike. I don't know him by Troy.
But that is the same person?
Yes.
Okay, you cannot go back to where he lives for any reason whatsoever. No weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours. I'm also imposing that you not possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs. You have to report to pretrial release within 1 business day to arrange for random drug testing. Testing can begin anytime after June 10th. Anything else, state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next person is Joseph Fenwick. Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
Mr. Fenwick?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenwick, you're here on a capias for charges of robbery, battery in a person 65 age of older, and battery domestic violence. This is an add-on charge. You are entitled to monetary bonds on this case. Mr. Fenwick, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender. On the robbery charge, I'm going to stay the bond. On count 2, I'm going to set the bond at $2,000. On the battery domestic violence, that's a subsidiary, $100. You're not to possess any weapons. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses in this case. You must maintain a separate residence, no return to the scene of the crime. You're not to possess, use, or consume any alcohol, illegal drugs, or controlled substances without a valid prescription, Mr. Fenwick. Good luck to you, sir. Ma'am, good morning. Can you tell me your name?
Jessica Colon.
Ms. Colon, you're here in misdemeanor case number 19MM3990. I'm appointing a public defender to help you with the charge of battery, domestic violence, and I do find that there's probable cause. Sir, what's your name?
Louis Velez.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Louis Velez.
Mr. Velez, how do you know Ms. Colon?
She's my girl.
Do you live together?
Yes.
Are you afraid of her?
No.
Do you want her to return home?
Yes, ma'am.
And were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of this?
No.
If you were afraid in a future incident, would you be afraid to call the police?
Not really.
All right. Anything else, state or defense, for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to set your bond at $500 or pretrial release. If she qualifies, we can have her rescreened based on this testimony. You're to have no hostile contact with your boyfriend. You're not to possess any weapons. If you own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. Ma'am, do you have any questions for me?
Yes, I read in the paper that I can actually make a statement writing down that if I need to get contact with him.
I'm going to allow you to have contact with him, just no hostile contact. You can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate him.
I understand that.
Okay?
Understand.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you can bond her out, or she can do pretrial release. Good luck to you both. Christopher Fowler is next. Mr. Fowler, good morning. You're here in case number 19MM3991. You qualify for a charge, you qualify for a public defender. You're here for a charge of battery, domestic violence, and I do find that there's probable cause. Based on your history, I'm setting your bond at $1,500. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses. You must maintain a separate residence and not go back to where the victim lives. And you're not to possess any weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. Any questions, Mr. Fowler?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. Edison Hockaday. Mr. Hockaday, you're here for a charge of battery, domestic violence. You do qualify for the services of the public defender. They'll help you with your case. Sir, based on your criminal history and the facts of this case, I'm setting your bond at $1,000. You're to have no contact with the victim, Octavia Smith. You must maintain a separate residence. You can't go back to where she lives. I'm also ordering that you not possess, use, or consume any alcohol, weapons to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your name?
Holly Kristen Horner.
Ms. Horner, you're here in case number 19MM3983. I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender. What's your actual take-home pay after taxes and withholdings, ma'am? Approximately?
Bi-weekly?
Yes.
I think it's a little over 3,000.
Okay, ma'am. You make too much money to qualify for a public defender. You will get a bond today, or some form of release. You can hire your own attorney when you leave jail.
Okay.
Sir, your name, please?
Fred Matute.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Fred Matute.
And how do you know Ms. Horner?
She's my wife.
Are you afraid of your wife?
No.
Do you want her to return home?
Yes.
And you were living together at this time, correct?
Yes.
Were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of this?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, in this matter, I'm going to set your bond.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Excuse me. What happened is that I called the police to make a police report, and I think there was a misunderstanding, and because the police asked me if I wanted to file charges against her, and I
Let me
said
just
no.
slow you down. All of your statements are being recorded and can be used for prosecution. I'm going to give her a bond today. The state attorney's office will reach out to you to get more information about the case to see if they're going to actually charge her with the crime. But usually police officers remove somebody from the home so the violence doesn't escalate. So I'm going to give her a bond, okay?
And then I'll appreciate if there are no fines or penalties against Holly Horner.
I can't make any charging decisions. So I'm going to set, based on your husband's testimony, do you want to return home, ma'am? You need to answer out loud.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to set your bond at $500 in this case. Was alcohol a factor?
I'm sorry?
Were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of
No.
this? Okay, you're going to post the bond for her?
Yes. I will
Okay.
pay it.
All right. Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. What? Or I can do but how long is it going to take her to get out? Or I can do pre-trial release. That's a program where you have to pay a smaller amount of money, but report in once a month. If you do the $500 bond, it's a $100 surety or cash bond of $500, okay? All right, good luck to you,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, the state will be asking for no hostile contact.
Oh, that's correct. I'm ordering that you have no weapons. If you own any weapons, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release, and you're to have no hostile contact with your husband. You can't do anything to harm him or scare him. Okay, good luck. No,
Your
no
Honor?
hostile, no weapons within 6 hours. 500 or PTR.
Your Honor, how do I make the payment for her to come with me?
Go to the first floor, they can explain that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if she wants it. Does she want it? Sir, what's your name?
Isaiah Joseph.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Isaiah Joseph.
Mr. Joseph, you're here for, in case number 19MM3983 for a charge of battery domestic violence. For your new charge, do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you didn't fill out any paperwork, so I'm going to ask you some questions. There is a $50 application fee that I will impose. Do you work, Mr. Joseph?
I'm currently unemployed.
And do you have any other source of income?
Yes, I do.
And how much is that and what's it for?
I get around $500 a month from my mother.
From your mother?
Yes.
She just gives you money out of the kindness of her heart?
She helps me out.
Okay. And do you have any assets? Like like money in bank accounts, valuables, jewelry, cars, or property?
I have jewelry, yes.
Okay, what's the value of your jewelry?
About, I believe, $200.
Okay, thank you. All right, ma'am, how do you know, does he qualify? All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to help you in both this case and the case where he was out on bond and bonded out on May 3rd. Ma'am, how do you know Mr. Joseph?
He's my boyfriend.
Do you live together?
No, but I sleep at his house all the time.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of this?
No.
All right, state any questions?
If a situation were to happen again, are you afraid to call 911?
No.
Nothing further.
Defense counsel, any questions?
No, Judge.
All right, I'm going to address both that case as well. He will get a bond in that case. But I'm also addressing case number 2019, CF 6383AO. The charge is grand theft. He bonded out on 5/4. What says the state? Defense, anything?
Defense would ask for a bond when
All
Your
right.
Honor, just,
Want me to just take action on it, state?
yes, Your Honor, what are the charges on the 19 CFC 6383? You said grand theft?
Grand theft, 3rd degree.
The state has no objection.
All right, so I'll do double. All right, on the battery domestic violence, I'm setting your bond at $1,000. You're to have no hostile contact with the victim of this case. You're not to possess any weapons. All weapons do need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. Sir, based on your lack of criminal history, I am going to revoke your release on the felony case that you're out on bond, but I will give you a new bond. That bond is going to be $7,500. You're to commit no new law violations while you're out. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Sir, what's your name?
Anthony O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor, you're here for a charge of battery domestic violence. You qualify for a public defender. They'll help you with your case. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. You're to have no contact with the victim of this case, Sophie Jeffrey. You need to maintain a separate residence. You can't go back to where she lives, sleeps, or works, and you're not to possess any weapons. All weapons do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. Do you still have items that belong that are at Disney?
My clothes are all at Disney. I don't have anything of theirs, but all my stuff's still there.
Okay, is somebody going to bring it home for you?
I've got nobody here apart from her, you see,
Alright.
and if I can't speak to her, I can't speak to the, I'm not allowed in there.
If
It's
you
gonna
need to
be-
go back to Disney, call the hotel, call the police department. They'll escort you back to the location to collect your belongings.
Thank you.
Same thing goes for your house. You can't go back to where Miss Jeffries is. An officer needs to escort you there to collect your belongings. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brittany Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, good morning. You're here for case number 19MM3997. I find probable cause for the charge of battery. I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender, so let me ask you some questions. What's your actual take-home pay every 2 weeks?
$944.
And that's the take-home pay? Do you support anybody?
My partner.
Okay, does he work?
Yes.
So you make too much money to qualify for an attorney, but you will have some form of release today. You're entitled to that. Sir, what's your name? I can't hear you.
Anthony Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, how do you know Miss Rodriguez?
She's my partner.
Do you live together?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want her to return home?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you afraid of her?
No, ma'am.
You have to answer out loud.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Do you want to have contact with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were drugs or alcohol a factor in any of this?
No, ma'am.
All right. State and defense, any questions for Mr. Thompson? No, Your Honor. Defense?
Mr. Johnson, if any situation would happen again, are you afraid to call 911?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to set your bond at $500 or PTR, you pick. Here are the conditions of your release. Okay, you qualify for pretrial release. That's not, it's about $30 for 3 months, but you have to report once a month. Do you want to do that, or do you want to just post the cash bond?
I'm sorry, can you explain that one more time?
I'll let your attorney explain that to you.
Okay.
It sounds like she wants pretrial release, Judge.
Okay, I'll put you on pretrial release. You're to have no hostile contact, and I'm sorry, she's not your attorney, but thank you for doing that as a friend of the court.
Yes, Judge.
You need to hire an attorney if you want one. No hostile contact with your partner, Mr. Thomas, and you're not to possess any weapons. If you own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
This letter, are we allowed to have contact with each other?
Yes, you can have contact. It's just no hostile. You can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate him.
Okay.
Okay? Any questions, Mr. Thompson?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to both of you. Tyrone Williams? Mr. Williams, good morning. You're here for a charge of battery, domestic violence. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. Based on your outstanding warrant in Georgia, finding probable cause for the charge of battery, I'm setting your bond at $2,000. Mr. Williams, you're to have no contact with the victim, LaShonda Presley. You can't go back to where she lives, works, or is known to frequent. And you have to surrender any weapons. No weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. Sir, do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir. The next person is Gerald Anderson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Give me just a moment, sir.
Just want to say one thing. I'm sorry for anyone who's made you mad. I'm sorry. I hope they didn't make you mad.
What? All right. Sir, you're already out on bond for a charge of possession of cocaine and possession of MDMA. You just bonded out less than a month ago. Now you're here in case number 19 CF 6827 for possession of cocaine, possession of THC, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause for all of these offenses, and I'll appoint a public defender to help you with both of these cases. Sir, based on the fact that you are on bond and your criminal history, I'm revoking your release and holding you at no bond status in case 19 CF 5749. I'll stay the remaining bonds in 19 CF 6827AO, finding probable cause. Good luck to you, sir.
How do I get a bond?
I'm holding you at no bond. Your attorney can go ahead and file any motions in front of the trial division. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Samuel Banker.
Mr. Banker, I'm going to appoint a public defender in case 19 CF 6795. You were arrested for charges of grand theft third degree and burglary of a structure. I do find probable cause. On count one, I'll decrease the bond to $150. On the burglary, I'll stay the bond. No return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victims or witnesses. Your new bond is $3,650. Good luck to you, Mr. Banker.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Stevie Barasoni.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. You're here in case number 19 CF 6828 for charges of introduction of contraband into a county facility. You qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint them to help you with this case. I find probable cause. I'm modifying your bond to $150, much like a subsidiary bond. Good luck to you. Sir, what's your name?
Colonel Christopher Blunt.
Mr. Blunt, you're here in case number 19 CF 3455. You have a trial in front of Judge Harris and a public defender. In that case, you're on active release. I also find probable cause in case number 19 CF 6814. I'm appointing a public defender in that case. I'll stay the bonds on the new case, revoke your release on the old case, and hold you at no bond status. Good luck to you, sir. Ma'am, what's your name?
Cynthia Marie Bruner.
Ms. Bruner, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case.
Thank you.
You're here for neglect of a child. Do you live with anybody else? Any other children?
No.
All right, you're to have no hostile or neglectful contact of your of any children. You need to comply with all conditions of the Department of Children and Families.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also ordering that you not possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
Or have any drug paraphernalia.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to stay your bond at $1,000 plus that condition that you not possess, use, or consume any drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll be subject to random testing. Report to the pretrial release program within 1 business day just for testing. You have to pay for the cost. Testing can begin anytime after June 10th. Good luck to you, sir. Ma'am. Your name?
Amanda Casal.
Give me just one moment. What happened with Jesus Cale? Bond? In Jesus Cale, 19 CF 6509, probable cause was already found, reset till tomorrow. Ms. Casal, sorry for the wait. You're here in case number 19 CF 6838. You qualify for the services of the public defender. I'm going to help them with your case. Give me a moment on this. Corrections, does she have any history? State, how much meth is it alleged that she had? For the trafficking? Am I missing something? All right. I don't find probable cause for the charge of possession of methamphetamines with intent to sell or deliver. How do you want to proceed on that state?
Your Honor, the state will be asking for 24 hours.
In the meantime, I'll stay the bond at $1,000. I'll give the state up to 48 hours. I'll reset it for tomorrow for probable cause on count 1. In the meantime, I do find probable cause for possession of a controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and trespass. Abide by all trespass orders. I'll stay the bond. We'll see if state can come back with information for the with intent to sell. I do find it for the lesser included offense of possession of meth. Do you want me to just make that finding and move on from their state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm just not clear. Do you want me to make the finding the lesser or reset for tomorrow?
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. The state will be asking for a reset until tomorrow, so
I'll
I can
grant that
contact the
request.
officer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna stay all the bonds, no PC on count 1. PD appointed. Sir, what's your name?
Jermaine Chambers.
Mr. Chambers, you're here in case number 19 CF 6756. Looks like the bondsman came off your bond. I'll give you a new bond of $1,000, and I will appoint a public defender for the charge of possession of cocaine. I find probable cause. Good luck to you, sir. Brenda Cross is next. Ms. Cross, you qualify for a public defender. They'll help you in case number 19 CF 6820. I find probable cause for unauthorized possession of identification card, uttering forgery, fraudulent use of personal identification information, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to stay all these bonds. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses. Good luck to you, Ms. Cross. The public defender's office will help you. Your name, sir?
Christian Elgadici.
Sir, it looks like I'll appoint the public defender for your violation of probation. You're here on a capias. The underlying offense is burglary of a structure and grand theft motor vehicle. Sir, you'll remain at no bond status on this violation of probation. Good luck to you. Sir, what's your name? Mr. Donaldson, good morning. You're here in case numbers. Give me a moment to get my paperwork in order. You're here for several cases. I find probable cause in all of them, and I'm also appointing a public defender. In case number 19 CF 6805, armed burglary of a dwelling with a firearm. I find that rises to the level of proof evident presumption great. And based on your history and these facts, I'll stay that bond at no bond status. You're also here for grand theft, third degree. I'll stay that bond at 150. Probable cause found. In case number 19 CF 6804, burglary of a structure and grand theft third degree, I find probable cause, stay those bonds. In case number 19 CF 6803, attempted burglary of a structure, I find probable cause, I'll stay that bond. And in case number 19 CF 6802, I find probable cause, I'll stay that bond. You're to have no contact with any of the owners, no return to the scene of the crime, and you're not permitted to possess any weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release, sir. Thank you. Tabitha Eubanks is next. Will she qualify? No. All right, Ms. Eubanks, you're here in case number 19 CF 6793. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your cocaine, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of marijuana charge. Give me a moment on this. The second charge being MDMA, having found probable cause, I'm going to stay all these bonds. Your total bond is $1,250, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I still have a bond then?
You do. The next person is Dominique Gillon. All right, you have two different cases. I'll address both of them, and I'll appoint a public defender to help you. In case number 19 CF 6840, you're here for trafficking in cocaine greater than 28 grams. You're also here for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver with a weapon, possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams with a weapon, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. On counts 2, 3, and 4, you are entitled to bonds. On count 2, I'll set the bond at $2,500. On count 3, I'll set the bond at $150. On count 1, I do find it rises to the level of proof evident presumption great, Mr. Gillian. So I'll hold you at no bond status. And then you're also here in case number 19 CF 6809, grand theft of a motor vehicle. I find probable cause, no contact with the vehicle owner, and I'll stay that bond at $1,000. Thank you, sir.
So no bond?
No bond on count 1, but you do have bonds in the remaining counts. And possess no firearms. Can you pull him back and just let him know no firearms or weapons? Surrendered within 6 hours of his release.
I believe this is a co-defendant case.
At IAs, you stay on temporarily, is what I've been told. Does he have any prior history on the co-defendant? Okay. How long has he been in Orange? How long has he been in Orlando? All right, thank you. All right, your name, please?
Dominic Gillen?
No, this is Millick. Okay, oh, thank you. I'm also ordering that you have no firearms or weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, what's your name? I see what we did. Sir, what's your name?
Malik Gillen.
Mr. Gillen, do you plan to hire your own attorney, represent yourself, or do you want a public defender because you feel you can't afford an attorney?
I get a public defender.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions to see if you qualify because you didn't fill out paperwork. There's a $50 application fee. Mr. Gillen, where do you work? Excuse me, do you work?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any other source of income?
Unless it's coming out from my music.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I get paid by my music.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, we did find the paperwork. You do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint them to help you. I find proof evident presumption great and probable cause for trafficking in cocaine greater than 28 grams with the firearm. I find probable cause for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver with a weapon, possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams with a weapon, and possession of a firearm in commission of a felony. He can be held at no bond on count 1, but he is entitled to bonds on count 2 or 3, but he has no history, defenses, or anything else I need to consider. All right. In this case, I'll hold him at no bond on count 1. On count 2, set bond at 150, count 3, 150, and count 4, 150. Do you live with your brother?
No.
Okay. I'm ordering no contact with the co-defendant, your brother in this case. I'm also ordering that you not possess any illegal drugs and that you not possess any weapons. If you own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. Sir, do you have any questions for me? All right. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Notier Gomez.
Mr. Gomez, you're here in case number 19 CF 3697. Do you plan to hire your own attorney, represent yourself, or do you want a public defender?
I already have Juan Salazar.
Okay, so Mr. Salazar will have to file his paperwork. You were arrested for first-degree murder with a firearm, and attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. You're not to have any contact with the victim or any victim family members or any witnesses. You're also not to possess any weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. I do make a finding of proof evident presumption great, and you'll remain at no bond status in both of these. Let Mr. Salazar know we did your first appearance. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Devontae Harris is next. Do you already have an attorney, Mr. Harris?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint a public defender in case number 18 CF 15907. You missed your court date for possession of a controlled substance, possession of marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll maintain a plea of guilty, not guilty rather, and you'll remain at no bond status. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Anthony Hoyt.
What happened? Give me just one moment. Helms, what happened? Okay, on Helms, 19 CF 6788, reset till tomorrow. I do find probable cause, stay the bonds. Mr. Hoyte, you're here in case number 19 CF 6786, written threats to do bodily harm. You do qualify for the public defender. I'll appoint them to represent you. Probable cause has been found. Let me look at your history. Has the injunction been served upon him? Any? All right, I'm going to set your bond at $2,500. No contact with any victims or witnesses. No return to where they live. And you have to surrender any weapons. You're not to possess any weapons. Any weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. And that's based on no prior criminal history. Do you know if they're going to try to serve him? Okay. All right, and you're not to, and you need to abide by any terms of any protective orders or injunction orders.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir. The next person is Gregory Hudson. 18 CF 16837. I'm appointing a I'm sorry, do you have a public defender for your cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cannabis and drug paraphernalia case?
They said I did. This charge has been ever since last year. I was out.
So you do have a public defender. All your statements are being recorded. You missed your court date, so you're being held at no bond status. You'll be seen in Division 12, Judge Harris. Good luck to you, sir. Kane Jerome. Sir, you're here for a charge of burglary to an unoccupied conveyance. You qualify for the services of the public defender. They'll help you with your case. Probable cause has been found. Your bond is set at $3,500. You're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses. Good luck to you, Mr. Jerome. Who bonded? Okay. Got it. Jeremy Neely.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Neely, good morning. You're here in case number 18 CF 16595 for charges of petty theft with 2 prior convictions, trespass, and resisting officer without violence. Do you already have a lawyer?
They said I already have my PD. This case is from last year.
Okay, so you missed your court dates. Defense counsel, I'm going to stay the bonds. Want me to give him a $1 bond on count 3 so he gets time on that credit?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I'll stay bonds on count 1 and 2, set a $1 bond on count 3. Who is it? All right. Okay, hold on Negron. Negron, on case 19 CF 6794, I find probable cause to all counts. I also find probable cause to resisting officer without violence. Reset till tomorrow. Refused. Alexander Pavlov, he bonded? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Sir, what's your name?
Luis Rodriguez,
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender. How much do you earn per week?
500.
Is that before taxes or after taxes?
After.
After? Do you support anybody?
What was that?
Do you support anybody?
Yeah, myself, my girlfriend, and her baby.
Is it your baby?
Her baby.
Okay. Does your girlfriend work?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you make too much money to qualify for a public defender.
Yeah.
You'll need to hire your own attorney,
All right.
but you are entitled to a monetary bond. In this case, I'm going to order that you have no contact with the victim, Carlos Celeste Robalato.
Yeah.
You're not permitted to possess any weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. You need to abide by any terms of the injunction. No return to where the victim lives.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. You cannot contact the victim even for purposes of the child. Did you already go to the home to collect some of your stuff with a police officer?
No.
I'll allow a one-time return, just like on the injunction, but you have to be accompanied by a police officer. Do not go there until you have a police officer with you. Your bond is set at $5,000.
Okay.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, what's your name?
Ivan Santana.
Mr. Santana, I'm appointing a public defender in both of your cases. I find probable cause for the charge of possession of cocaine. I'm staying that bond at $1,000. Then you're also held at no bond status for your violation of probation in case number 19MM2287. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sir, what's your name?
Chameleon Vladimir.
Mr. Vladimir, you're here for charges of possession of fentanyl, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You qualify for a public defender. They'll help you with your case. Based on your criminal history and your out-of-state ties, I'm going to stay all of these bonds. Sir, you're not allowed to have any weapons. You're to have no contact with Mr. Pavlov. And you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs. Your bond total is $2,500, sir. Good luck to you. Next person is Derek Stewart. Mr. Stewart, you're here for a charge of driving with license suspended as a habitual offender while revoked. You qualify for a public defender. I'll stay the bond at $2,500 or pretrial release if qualifies. Good luck to you, sir. Swanson bonded? Thank you. Sir, what's your name? 19 CF 6811, you qualify for a public defender. Sir, you're here for possession of MDMA and possession of cannabis. I find probable cause as to both counts. I'm going to stay the bonds as listed. Your total bond is $1,100. There is a detainer on him for unknown charges. Good luck to you, sir. Oh. What's your name, please?
James Wiggins.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Wiggins.
Mr. Wiggins, case number 19 CF 6818AO. You qualify for a public defender. I'm appointing them to help you with your case. You're to have no contact with any person under the age of 18. You're to have no contact with that co-defendant. You're not to go to any schools or parks as a condition of your release. Where is he on probation at? What? Yeah. Let me go ahead and address the burglary of a dwelling case. You're here for charges of burglary of a dwelling, attempted burglary of a dwelling, criminal mischief. I find probable causes to all of those. No contact with any victims or witnesses or co-defendants. No return to the scene. Let me know about that probation. And you're also here for contributing to the delinquency of a minor in MM case 19MM 460AW. Palm Beach County? All right, so there is a 5-day detainer based on your probationary status, sir. You need to comply with all reporting requirements within 1 business day of your release from jail through the state of Florida. Sir, the facts in this case are very egregious. The court is also considering your criminal history, which was unknown at the time of the arrest, and the fact that you're on active felony probation. On count 1, I'm increasing the bond to $7,500, staying the bond on 2, 3, and on the misdemeanor. Good luck to you, Mr. Wiggins. Your name, sir?
Michael Williams.
Mr. Williams, you're here for failure to report as a sex offender. You do have a bond. It's $1,000. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you fill out an application?
Ma'am,
Did you fill out the papers to see if you
No, I
qualify? I'm going to ask you some questions. Do you work?
I ain't filling that out.
What?
I ain't filling that out.
I'm going to ask you some questions. How much do you earn?
I ain't hear you, ma'am.
Do you work?
No, ma'am.
So you earn $0?
Yeah, I pay it.
Okay. Do you have any assets, like money in bank accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
How much money do you have in your bank account?
I don't know yet. I gotta find out.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to help you with your case.
Okay.
Stay the bond at $1,000. Sir, you do need to comply with your reporting requirements for your sex offender probation and release within 1 business day, so by Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Good luck, or within 1 day of bonding out.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Good day, Gary.
Mr. Gary, you qualify for the services of the public defender. I'm appointing them to help you with your case.
Yes.
A probable cause has been charged for petty theft. The charge in this bond is $500 in this case. You want an offer on the case, defense?
Your Honor, I mean, certainly we'll take one, but I have concerns because it is an enhanceable.
It is what?
It's an enhanceable offense. I don't know how many prior felonies he has.
He has prior
Or-
felonies and misdemeanors. I don't see, he does have prior petty thefts. So actually, I'm going to revoke what I said. Because of the possibility of enhancement, I will stay the bond at $500, no return to the scene of the crime. He's also what?
On probation.
Oh, and he's on probation. Thank you.
I ain't never get a statement of the statement.
I don't know if you want to make a statement on the record. The state attorney's office is present in the courtroom. They're recording what you're saying, or we're recording what you're saying, so. All right, thank you, sir. Desmond Derrick? All right, I do find probable cause, reset till tomorrow. Stay the bond. Rosen Finellis? What's your name, sir?
My name is Christopher Garcia.
What is it?
Christopher Garcia.
Give me one moment, Mr. Garcia. What happened to Finellis? We'll see if he bonded. All right, Mr. Garcia, you already have a public defender for a charge of possession of methamphetamines in case number 19CF2267. Give me a moment to pull that. Do you want a public defender in your marijuana case?
I mean, I'm not trying to have 2 cases. Yes.
What? So I'm appointing a public defender in the new marijuana case. I'm going to stay that bond at $250. I'm revoking your release in felony case number 19CF2267. You're being held at no bond status based on the facts in the new charge and the new offense. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. You do have 2 charges, 2 cases, rather. What? High school Senate one? It goes down at 1. All right, your name, please?
Jared McCormick.
Mr. McCormick, you're here for a charge of trespass on property after warning. I'm going to appoint a public defender in your case. I do find probable cause. I'll set your bond at, I'll modify your bond to $100. If he would like to resolve this case, I can make an offer with no return.
I'd like to resolve it.
Okay, we'll
Thank you.
talk to your lawyer. The offer is an adjudication, 4-day offer, no return.
What's that mean?
Are you Mr. Mohammed? You have a 4-day offer too.
He would like to just stay with bond.
All right, I'll go ahead and find probable cause, no return, and stay the bond at $100. Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And remember, on these, on like a 3-day offer, he'd be released this afternoon. On a 4-day, he'd probably be released tomorrow morning. So, okay, keep going. Mr. Mohammed, you're here for a charge of trespass on property after warning, the Wawa. I'll appoint a public defender. Your bond is $500. If you would like to resolve your case, it's a 4-day jail offer. You'd be released tomorrow.
I'll be released tomorrow?
Yes, if you
Yeah, I wanna
want to.
resolve it.
Do you need more time to talk to your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning, guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest?
Has anybody forced you to plead no contest?
No.
Do you need more time to talk to your lawyer?
No, I just, how would 4 days be tomorrow if I came in? I just want to know how that.
Do you want me to give you more time? So
No,
you
I
can,
wanted to make sure that it's tomorrow.
you'll be released tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Mohammed, do you need more time to talk to your lawyer?
No.
All right. And do you understand that if you were on probation when you committed this trespass at Wawa, by entering a plea today, your probation would be violated?
Yeah.
Do you also understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge, Mr. Mohammed? You need to answer out loud.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the services of your lawyer?
Yes.
At this time, I'll accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 4 days in the county jail with any credit for time served. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2020. No return to this Wawa location. You have 30 days to appeal. Good luck to you, Mr. Mohammed. Thomas Stokes. And for the record, I have a signed plea form. Sir, you're here for a charge of trespass in a dwelling. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. I find probable cause. Abide by all trespass orders. No contact with the witness, and your bond is stayed at $500. Good luck to you, sir. Cindy Wright? Good morning, Miss Wright.
Good morning.
You're here for a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for this offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender and release you on your own recognizance in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Make sure you appear for all future court dates.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you Aaron Kelly? What's your name, sir?
Aaron Yoakley, ma'am.
Aaron Gilbert. I have Aaron Yoakley. Oh, I thought he's Gilbert. All right, sir, you're here for a charge of trespass on property after warning. I'm going to appoint a public defender in that case. I'm going to stay the bond at $500. Sir, you're also already on ROR status in case number 19MM156AW. I'm going to revoke that ROR status. I'll give you a new bond of $100 in that case. All right, good luck to you, sir. Your total bond is $600. Thank you, Mr. Yoakley. Your name, sir?
Wayon Lindo.
Sir, do you already have a public defender in your felony charges?
No,
Oh, you have Ms. Dickerson?
I have a lawyer, yes.
Okay. So in case number 19 CF 1610, you're out on bond. I'm going to revoke, oh, hold on, strike that. I'm going to take no action on that case. In case number 191630A CFA, you're here for a warrant. That's a warrant out of Seminole County, Florida for burglary of a conveyance and fraudulent use of a credit card. Your total bond in that case is $11,000. Let Ms. Dickerson know you're in jail now on the Seminole County case too, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Ricardo Pablo Villansoir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here for warrants in case number 15 CF 1487 out of Okaloosa County for a violation of community control. You're being held at no bond status. You're also being held at no bond status in Okaloosa County, case number 15 CF 1163. Okaloosa will come pick you up within 3 business days.
Those are both warrants, correct?
Pardon?
Those are both warrants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Shane Bauer?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here in case number 17 CF 12423 for violations of probation. You're being held at no bond status. And these are in Orange County. Do you want a public defender? Do you plan to represent yourself or hire your own attorney?
I'm being represented by Corey Cohen.
Okay, so Mr. Cohen will continue to help you with your case. I'll enter denials in your case. Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Your name, sir?
Ronald Holton.
Mr. Holton, you make too much money to qualify for a public defender. You'll need to hire your own attorney in case number 15 CF 11916. You're here for a violation of probation for committing an offense in misdemeanor case number 18 MM 29 and an offense of petty theft. I'll enter denials. You'll need to hire your own attorney. Sir, you'll remain at no bond status. You do have reporting requirements. After you get a bond and you are released, you need to comply with the sex offender reporting requirements. Mr. Holton, I'm going to set your case for a determination of counsel. Actually, they'll do a determination of counsel at your violation of probation hearing. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, what's your name?
Elijah Hoskins.
Mr. Hoskin, you're here in case number 19 CF 6813 for possession of MDMA. I do find probable cause. I'll go ahead and stay that bond at $1,000. You're also here for a violation of probation. Sir, do you plan to hire your own attorney, represent yourself, or do you want a public defender?
I got an attorney, he just
Okay.
can't. Yeah.
What?
I got an attorney, he just can't be here today.
Okay, thank you. On that violation of probation, you'll remain at no bond status.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, case number 18 CF 5134. Sir, what's your name?
Jerry Howe.
Mr. Howell, I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your probation. Case 18 CF 5134. I'll enter a denial and you'll remain at no bond status, sir. Good luck to you. Sir, what's your name? Mr. Maldonado, I'll appoint a public defender to help you with both of your cases. In case number 17 CF 4143, the officer treated it as an on-view violation of probation for the underlying offense of fraudulent securing services by fraud. So you'll remain at no bond status. And then in case number 19 CF 6774AO, you're here for driving with license suspended as a subsequent offender. While I do find probable cause, I'll reduce your bond on that to $1,000. The public defender's office will help you with your cases. The next person is Billy Mack Webb.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you Mr. Webb?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here for a violation of probation. You were on probation for grand theft motor vehicle. It's alleged that you failed to report as directed as of December. It's further alleged that you didn't pay your cost of supervision, you weren't at your residence when you should have been, and you didn't make restitution payments. Mr. Mr. Webb, do you plan to hire your own attorney, represent yourself, or do you want a public defender?
Hire my attorney.
All right, so you'll remain at no bond status. I'll enter denials.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Michael Ashley? Yes. Good morning, Mr. Ashley.
Good morning.
Mr. Ashley, you're here for a charge of possession of cocaine and open container of alcohol. I'll appoint a public defender in your case. In case number 19 CF 6810, I find probable cause for the cocaine. I'll stay that bond at $1,000. On the open container, I'll release you. Do you want me to release him, ROR? Or is he going to be able to afford the $1,000 bond?
No.
Doesn't sound like he can afford one, so.
Okay, so on the open container, I'll give him a $1 bond. That's on 19 MO 899. So he gets time on that. And then what about Diana Valdieras? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to appoint a public defender on the open container charge. I'll release her ROR. She does have a long history. If she wants, alternatively, I can adjudicate her guilty, give her a time served offer, give her time to pay. Do you want to take that offer and be done with your case?
Yeah.
Okay, do you need more time to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'll take time, sir.
Did you read that paper while you weren't back? Did you read that paper while you weren't back?
I did.
Okay, then go ahead and sign it if you understand it. How do you plead to the charge of open container? Guilty, no contest? And has anybody forced you to plead no contest? Ma'am?
Your Honor.
And Ms. Valdez, do you understand that if you were on probation when you committed this offense, by pleading today, your terms of probation would be violated?
I'm not on probation.
Okay, but do you understand what I said?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you're not a United States citizen, you'll be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge? Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll go ahead and, having read this plea form, I'll accept your plea. You're hereby adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served. You're being released today on this charge. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2020, and you have 30 days to appeal. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Anything else from corrections? Yes, ma'am.
Bond Court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond Court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond Court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.